and gals, what's going on? It's G-Meister here. That was a hell of a time for that to crash, huh?
That guy deleted his comment, by the way.
Coward.
Coward.
I literally went to Reddit to go to reply to it in between, like, the stream character and everything. It says, that post doesn't exist anymore!
But anyway, since stream crashed, we're a lot closer than I thought. We literally just have what's left of the 5th episode, which is probably, we're biting off a lot more than we can chew here. But!
Listen, if he says we can do it, I believe it.
Think about it. All we've had today is investigation, and it took us almost the whole day. I'm starting to regret this. But we already set it in stone and posted it, so let's fucking go.
Yeah, we're not...
In case what you missed, Mikatoba is Watson.
Yep.
Moving on.
Pretty much, yeah. So welcome to the final Great Ace Attorney 2 stream. It's only the middle of February! Holy shit.
Wow! Alright, move it. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are a great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
By the way, instead of stream 7.5, this is stream 8, the Great Turnabout, so, yeah.
We have to finish this.
And that is?
You know very well what it is.
I woke up today, I didn't think we were doing this.
The unresolved matter of Iris' father.
Ah, of course, I almost forgot about that one.
So did we.
Ugh, I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris told us that the notes about the great detective's adventures are in that metal chest. They were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris' father must be you.
Ugh!
Upon my word, Miss Suzuto, you are coming along wonderfully as well. You two have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction.
What a cool way to start. What?
What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour in Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris?
Oh, there it is, Suzuto-san's ice code stack. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is!
There it is! Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really! You've got it the wrong end of the stick! Sholmes, say something, man!
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows.
Mr. Sholmes! When did he get all dressed up? Oh, I can't. We can't. What did he get dressed up in? Do we know?
Remember he was in his, like...
Oh, he just went into his normal outfit?
Yeah, he was in his normal outfit, and then he went into his deduction stuff, you know, the brown.
Yeah, okay.
But since we're wearing the DLC costume, you won't be able to see that.
Yeah, okay.
Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikatoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes.
That's what we're thinking in real
Where
life.
must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikatoba. The game is afoot.
Is this it?
I can't wait for you to fucking hear this in Ogdenson too. But this is way better. This is a different version than I have on my Vita. There's like more background bass and stuff to it.
But Sholmes! I really must give through the tall full explanation, I think.
Later, my dear fellow, later! Our carriage awaits downstairs already.
What fucking badasses. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I was at our home after 10 long years. And when I opened the chest, in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
They're going to tank the foggy tank. What?
Oh my goodness, this version is so much more upbeat than the one I'm thinking of. There's another, like, chiller version.
I want this version.
Well, the other version has its own version of a Pog egg. Because I don't think this one's gonna have it. Because it's cinematic. I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely.
Through the toe.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on their renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Wild is the right. Very well then. We'll speak again later.
So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. A decision? Well, we're gonna go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself.
Yeah, a lot.
It would only be later that I'd come to realize
Part
how
of
in
his
the chaos
screen
I'd
is showing.
unleashed
Yep.
Oh well.
were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything.
He said the word!
The greatest attorney to resolve. Actually, in Japan, I believe the title The Adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And in this game, it would be The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
It's funny you say that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You know how many times I've joked about just clicking on that?
Now you get to.
Let's go back to episode 1.
Could you imagine if you clicked on this without any of that? You would want to kill yourself.
It'd mean nothing.
It would mean nothing.
Though I could use less of that.
I could use less of that! We had fun with that one.
We made it better, but...
We made it better. It did feel like a giant halt in the progress, though.
Comparing it to, like, literally every other case, even this one.
I really like the cinematic of that.
Final chapter. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Start playing from the start of this episode.
We're in the end game now.
Final chapter. Let's go! Oh shit! So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Uzato. Miss Uzato? Ah!
Oh, no. What's the matter, Mr. Naruto?
This is the matter now. Nothing. I was just saying I'll be relying on your support today, but...
I'm so sorry, of course. I know, I could be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down.
Would you mind helping me to my feet, then?
Feet. Oh, dear, I'm really sorry. Where's my... Oh, there we go.
Yuzuto-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention...
Good morning, sir.
Huh? I forgot about you!
You didn't drink from this, did you?
No.
Okay, this is my bottle. Okay.
Lord Van Zeke's.
Thank you for all your efforts yesterday.
It was a wild day. What? Did I hear that correctly?
Well, think about it. Yesterday, we asked the dude a few questions, left, never came back.
True.
What?
I'm sorry, you said thank you. Are you dying?
Well, he might be.
You're right. Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. Jovial today.
Don't start this.
In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday.
Lord Van Zeke's isn't the Reaper.
I know. Good point.
The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged.
You really shouldn't. Huh?
It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeke's.
I mean, kind of. It's only because serious crimes in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it?
To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason.
What do you mean?
There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother.
So maybe he wanted to get that disrespect off his brother's name.
That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit to return to some sort of demigod. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, couldn't.
Yes, we've heard that story too.
And I lost him. I felt as though I had lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do.
So that portrait in his office is Clint.
And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you. You know what else is also great?
What?
Joe can now make the thumbnail and not have to worry about spoilers. He could put whatever the hell he wants in this thumbnail, because by the time you replace it, the video will be over.
True.
So, Lord Clint Van Zeke's.
Cursed image. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today.
Haven't heard that one before. I never thought I'd say this, but I could see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity.
Put that one on your freaking, like, refrigerator. Thank you.
Now, tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air?
That fucking Iris expression is hilarious. Oh, Iris, when did you get here?
Oh? Pog?
Ah, I brought you some of my special blends. Harley loves it. He said it helped him clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh. You something for Van Zeke's? I don't blame you, but... It's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. Yeah.
He's not a terrible person.
He's not.
He's just really fucking upset.
You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing in her mind. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seitz's laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Golden Day Pog, you're not staying?
I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got a lot to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of those little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes! It's a Lucky Charm! A little Harley that I made once. That's fucking adorable. A Harley. It looks more like a Harley to me.
That's the idea.
Yeah. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Harley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. That's so cool.
That's my favorite piece of evidence ever.
Really?
You think what we'll need is luck? I can just hear Nate's theme playing. In the face of luck. Nathan Drake.
I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops.
What does that mean? Dude, you're my client. Speak.
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris?
I don't know. He was out all night and hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. He's pulling out all the stops too, then.
No, I see.
Was Professor Mikitoba out all night too, do you think, Monsieur the Toad?
Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all.
They?
Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean.
Judge Jigoku too?
Yeah, that's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense of defendant! By the way, this is fucking Endgame. Like, literally. Everybody from both sides is about to fucking throw hands, and it's gonna be great.
That's fucking awesome. Let's do it.
Court is about to be in session! Please make your way inside the courtroom at once!
Listen, they have Kazuma on their team, but we have Van Zeke. It balances out.
You think that balances out? We literally used to talk about how Kazuma is the literal epitome of base. True. We don't stand a fucking chance, bro!
But Van Zeke has that fighting game move that. Oh. Good luck, then, Naruno. Good luck, Susie. Yes. Thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad.
He's almost like a gentle giant.
What the fuck?
Like a metaphorical gentle giant. We must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. I hope you're ready for a screaming match. I'm not kidding. This is one of the best fucking things I've ever played in my whole life.
Lord Van Zeeks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle not with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day. To this one trial. To this one final reckoning. Let's fucking go.
I hope you're ready to scream. You're gonna scream within like 5 seconds.
Oh, we're in black. 3rd November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Where's Judge? It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday.
It's almost like a cutscene.
And that's like fighting something. There are cold scans piercing me with knives from all sides today.
Golden Tape Hog. Mr. Naruto, look.
What?
What? What the fuck? You fucking... Someone get the board! Get the fucking board!
I made the right call asking Joe for that thumbnail, man!
I was right! Lord Stronger!
Oh, you don't even know the first of it. This is the tip of the iceberg, baby.
I'm not a madman. I'm not a madman.
I fucking gaslighted the shit out of you.
You had to.
You don't even know what he's doing here yet. He's a fucking judge.
What did I say before? Oh, poor Judge. We're not gonna see him for the rest of the damn game.
Judge's dead. They killed him.
Oh my god.
Is he immortal? Is he gonna?
Oh. Lord fucking Strongheart. That thumbnail doesn't really need to be changed, but...
Or it could just somehow make it better by implying that you were correct the whole time.
I'm sorry. I'm just breathing it in right now.
He's just fucking standing there.
Oh my gosh. Kazuma must have known beforehand. That's what that conversation was about. The ramifications of this trial now extended far beyond the murder of the Scotland Yard Inspector. Oh my gosh. You're here in the flesh, man. The fucking... I should have asked him to add Gant on my fucking conspiracy board. Oh my god.
Well, Gant was never a judge.
Alright. But the full 30th anniversary is part of my conspiracy. Not 30th, that's the 20th anniversary.
This is why I told you to be careful online, because that one stupid poster or whatever spoiled this entire damn game for you.
I didn't spoil it.
That totally spoiled it. You figured this out immediately. But, unfortunately, you only know like 1/40th of the story.
That's good.
Literally every 5 seconds of this is a revelation. It's gonna be great.
Whew.
You might want to get reading.
In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the foundations of our country's legal system.
The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that the prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak.
Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. By fucking royal decree. Holy shit! And one which I, Miguel Strong...
His staff is different, his staff is different, his staff is different!
exercise total and unequivocal authority. Oh my fucking goodness. I've been building up to this whole fucking game. Oh my goodness.
Do you see why I'm also very jealous that I gave him to you?
Yeah, I see it. But now it feels fitter. The 6 jars flames just... As the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process.
In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart.
Oh! Based von Zeke's! Based von Zeke's!
He just went straight for the fucking throat.
Again, great moveset, Capcom!
On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeke's. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Oh my gosh, that's like a band-aid there. Another throat kill.
When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barak von Zeke, who officially stands accused of murder.
Ah, this music.
Counsels for the prosecution and the defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord.
As is the prosecution.
Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking, disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard.
Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. Is that a comment?
I think they wanted me to flare as a spoiler, even though I didn't spoil anything.
We're not even an hour into the stream.
Well, I mean, are they able to see the thumbnail for it?
Yeah. Probably if it's a YouTube link.
No, it's a Twitch link.
I don't know what they show then. Probably something important.
Hold on, let me
I
go.
mean, we started right in the midst of fucking, hey, Mika Thomas Watson! Why haven't you put a spoiler?
I didn't figure it. Okay. Alright, going back to Reddit. This content's no longer available. Oh, they just deleted my post straight up. Okay, my bad. Okay. Based user, Ace Attorney Duology? You mean Great Ace Attorney Duology.
Just walks right in on the pivotal moment.
And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice.
I'll let that one slide. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't.
At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories in the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as a chief of warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convicts' escape.
Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating Red-Headed Thief.
Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. Oh, do you got a problem with that? Buddy? This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound.
Dude is literally summarizing, okay? He hasn't claimed anything. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord.
Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Sogi.
I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details.
I haven't been able to get a hold of this game for my jailbroke Switch because I haven't seen a physical copy anywhere.
Jeez. Oh, I see one of my local games now. And by local, I mean the next city over.
Just order one online though.
Lamau.
Seriously, buy the fucking video game.
Buy this game, please buy this
So
game.
that Capcom.
Maybe Capcom will be like, this is selling well? We should make more.
It is. This is like 500k. I think it's like the third most best-selling game in the series. It hasn't even been a year yet. Which is amazing considering how poorly it sold originally. Well, this is like a redemption. but the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death
The fuck?
What?
No, keep going.
was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November.
Oh my goodness, Chris is gonna be pissed. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled.
That's out of the question. You seem pushing. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. I forgot, does GameStop accept PayPal? Probably. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Frenzo Street incident. I don't have a comment.
Oh. I thought you said I don't have like a pen or comment. I'm like, what?
No, he's saying if he's asking if GameStop accepted PayPal.
Oh.
Probably doesn't.
I could see that, yeah. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities.
Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities?
Scotland Yard put up an enormous effort in investigating that precise matter yesterday.
Kazuma Curie, someone had to say, oh, I don't even know who that is. This is based Kazuma Sogi.
I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now.
Gets jumping right in.
After a lot more summary than usual. No, it's just lo-fi. State your name and occupation for the court.
Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Reaper Sensitive O Scotland Yard. Representative.
A self-conferred rank, but never mind.
Gina? Again? Really?
Just like that.
What's your problem, Odo?
You're gonna press on statement 3, by the way. This will make a new statement, and you'll have to examine something, I'll remind you.
What's with that Gina again look, eh? You don't understand Kazuma Curie from Yakuza. No, I do.
Oh! You know that game with that dude who's always wearing that white tux?
Yes.
That guy.
Oh,
That guy's pretty funny, in my mind.
that boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Hey! I mean, we proved you innocent in court.
That guy basically took care of her.
That's true. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Told me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him.
Oh, gee.
Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No, not at all.
What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about.
Very troubling. That face. What a strong heart. Oh man.
So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report.
Who's ready for our national anthem for the last time tonight?
Just imagine the Allegro at the end of the fucking game.
Oh my god. Coming right up, Seth. Here we go. All y'all detectives are supposed to be following orders and investigating what they're telling. You're saying Ichiban Kasuga isn't growing on me as much as Kaoru. Isn't that the Yakuza 7 per tag or something? I don't have an opinion.
Get some.
I don't have an opinion on
Neither do I.
that.
No, I don't know anything except for that guy slamming the desk
And walking away.
and walking off. And that he's like really funny. Somebody once smashed a bottle at his head. Dude didn't even flinch. It literally was just... And he just turned around and just murdered the guy.
Joe has suggested that I stream through Yakuza sometime, but that's a fucking commitment. I have a lot of those. A lot of commitments. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Your favorite series is a fucking commitment.
That's true.
Nothing new to you.
That's true. I could do
It just
it.
depends which commitments you want to do first.
That's true. And yes, that is correct. Cool.
And yes, that is correct. I know you were reading that, but it sounded like it was part of the conversation.
But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a lot of secret meaning in it. According to that, the boss was looking at some smuggled good dealings that day. Water. Looks like a big job and all, but the coppers weren't on it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the reaper at the place too. Oh, come on, dude. Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what's written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow through London by illegal channels from across the globe.
I figured.
It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time.
So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. That's fucking gold coming from you.
I mean, to be fair, he does not do anything with the black market.
Oh, cool. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigation being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time?
In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club.
Oh.
And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter.
That can't be. We haven't heard anything about this.
Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak von Zeke, was present.
That would be very significant testimony indeed.
Oh my, old papa.
Your co-host doesn't feel so good. He keeps pixeling in and out. Do you?
What? What do you mean I'm pixeling in and out?
Hold on. You look okay. You look fine? I don't know.
I mean, if you're wondering why I'm sitting like this, it's because this fucking wire is short.
Fair.
So, but if I were wearing this, I could easily just... Oh. You know what I mean?
Fair.
I mean, he says pixeling. That's very specific.
True.
Is it because of the green screen?
Yeah, it might be because of the chroma key. Yes. Maybe the sleeves?
I don't know. It's not even remotely similar in color. Do I have anything green?
Not that I'm aware of.
This bag is green. I'm the headless horseman, bro. I don't even know how it looks. I want to know how it
It
looks.
looks awesome.
Dude, it literally looks like I'm headless. That is so cool. I'm the headless horseman. Alright.
G is fine while the co-host man is just a pixel mess. Co-host man has a name.
Nobody knows who I am. I don't know, maybe we can keep it that way. You can call me... It's not Christmas, you can't call me. I'm funny, Discord man.
Oh my.
I already read that.
Oh, okay.
Lord Van Zeke has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zeke has had an ample opportunity to murder the victim.
That's fucking powerful. Very well then. counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Oh, cool, YouTube bot. I can assassinate him. His name is Co-Host Man. Co-Host Man.
Co-host man. Co-host man is a fan of Spider-Man. Easy rhymes. Easy rhymes.
Hold it!
Oh, you actually remember to press Statement 3?
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup! It was all in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club.
Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
That won't be necessary.
Bitch! What?
You called Kazuma a bitch? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
Oh, okay. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out loud. And I could too. I've got reading game buttoned up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's that? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? What do you think? Coast man, he tags along with certain streams. He tags along on the spell and get rid of the cringe. He is co-host man. It's okay.
Okay.
This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine.
No, my lord. Prosecution has no objection.
I never said I had a good rhyming game. Kazuma?
There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However,
Well, I just realized I have like 2 judges now.
and they're both in the same game, and you'll never get them again. It's not yet been established that he was on a particular trial the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructed.
Really? Right then. I can show off me reading skills. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal
Okay.
was gonna happen in a gentleman called the Growth.
So you're going to examine the back of the letter of introduction. You don't mind if I tell you these parts, right?
No,
Just
of course
tell
not.
you the objection. Is there even an objection here? No, there is.
I guess that's why my poems and Doki Doki sound bad. He said he's bad at rhyming.
You made a Doki Doki.
He did. Where's the letter of introduction?
I don't know, Gavin. Where is the letter of introduction?
I don't know. Zach, where is? Oh. To be honest, I won't even solve on this one.
Oh, it looks like some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Rose, first class cabin 1. Yokohama departure, London arrival, 1st November.
Oh, that's about the first week of October and Judge Joku came on from Japan, isn't it?
Could you imagine if I left you to find that on your own?
We'd be here all night.
We'd be here all fucking night. Yeah, I think it called at Dunkirk, the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover.
To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Barak. It's a shame not to keep our ticket as a memento of our trip, don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I have mine seriously in my diary.
Wait, is co-host man a Doki Doki person?
My lawyer has advised me not to answer that question. Are you on Discord? You can find me on Discord, and your answer is pretty clear.
Actually, yeah, I think P is on our Discord server. He just never is active.
Yeah, I'm Dragozak on the Discord. You can connect the dots.
Whoa! Co-host man.
I said I'm Dragozak on Discord.
You're co-host man.
My legal name is co-host, man.
You've done like 40 something of these fucking streams.
And the most I get is co-host, man. I'm almost insulted.
It's amazing that we've done over 40 of these.
Of this game series?
Of all the series in total. It's a lot.
That is a lot. That's 40 weeks.
I keep mine on my wallet, so I have it with me at all
Isn't
times.
there like 35 weeks in a year or something like that?
It's like 55.
Oh. We've been at this for almost a full year. Damn.
Oh well, how strange. Where could I have gone?
Are you like this on purpose, Mr. No?
Did I imagine it? Or is it accompanied by like shut? You mean this right here? Here's a image? The freshman we can tell by its wonderful handwriting, doesn't it? This dark suited young
You've read
man.
this before. Hang on, just skim through it. What the fuck?
I don't know who you are. You are co-host, man. This is my first stream I've seen him in, I think. You clearly haven't tuned in Ace Attorney before. Wait a minute, I think we've already examined it before.
That might be why nothing's happening. Go ahead and present it. Just see what happens.
Objection!
Objection!
Yep.
Okay.
We're good.
Don't worry, that's not the end of this, so I kind of didn't give you the full answer. Final
Okay.
answer.
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues.
Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted.
Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? That's a nice comeback. Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at the club called The Grouse? In my defense, one word. Spoilers. Yet you're fucking here?!
Dude, there's nothing left to spoil here.
This is it.
Yeah, this is it, bro. You already know Kazuma's here. You already know.
You see Strongheart.
Strongheart is a bigger reveal than Kazuma at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations. You can now play this game with absolutely no repercussion.
You see fucking Van Zeeks as our defendant. Fucking...
I don't know, maybe he didn't see that.
Gina the detective. Gregson fucking dead. Wow, you know a lot just by tuning in for 5 seconds, huh?
Do you see why I was so adamant that you don't ever look anything up about this game, ever? Because one thing about this episode gives away the entire game.
Fair.
I told you it tied in with everything.
Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at the club? Oh, yeah.
Good point! That's all he says. The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet.
Like, this is literally the last stream for this fucking game.
Hopefully.
And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't.
What do you mean by that?
By the way, base user, if you have a Twitch account, feel free to tune in on Twitch. Faster, fucking, less stream delay, and it's really helpful. That's the first time I've done that all day. First time. Anyway.
I'm proud of you. You being sick has cleared your mind. You don't even seem that sick anymore.
I'm okay overall. I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on Halloween may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irrelevant attitude. Irreverent attitude toward our country's police force there.
They're nice, baby.
Yo, Adam's in Twitch chat. Let's go. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? I cringe about Twitch. Well, get used to it then. Soon enough, we're only gonna be there. Because of legal stuff. A Steam shit.
What?
Yeah.
Why am I only now hearing about this?
Once we get affiliate, I can't stream a multi at the same time. Hence why it's so important that we all board the Twitch ship.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Channel's just gonna be abandoned then?
No, we have plans. We put the VODs over here, we have 2 Dudes 1 Courtroom over here, and Twitch montages over here. And whatever new random content we do.
Just not streams.
Just not streams.
That's cursed.
It's a new era.
You think it's a ship?
I mean, yeah. I have the evidence to prove it. Here! Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not the least bit untrustworthy. The other side. Oh lord. Be more specific next time. This would
I
have.
don't want to move. The future is now, old man.
This appeared to be a ticket for a passage upon a steamship. Yes. The SS Grouse.
Yes, that's gross.
Gross.
I mean, we have
Objection.
Groha. I wish we had something funny for the grouse. Groose? Isn't Groose the name of a Final Fantasy guy?
Not that I'm aware of. The SS Gru?
Who the hell is Groose?
I don't know.
Oh wait, I think that's a Zelda character. Never mind. Yes, that's Goose. Untitled.
You can
Ship.
call it the Goose if you want.
Untitled Ship. Because you know, Untitled Goose game. Never mind, we're reaching. It's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there.
How?
Look at the tickets. Notice the date of arrival in port.
The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st of November. Ah!
The day of which the sound, like a gunshot, was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st of October, when the victim was on this clandestine mission, and that ship hadn't yet docked on the British shores.
That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. Objection! The fact that the steamship hadn't reached Britain, substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question.
Then show your evidence for that assertion.
Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now.
Okay, you do have to examine something.
Okay. What is it?
The trunk.
Figured. And Twitch lets them get away with it. What?
I don't know.
There's a huge gash across the side of the trunk here. It's gone right through the leather into the metal behind.
Gosh, the metal fits like this have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash mark struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
I wonder how it happened. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means...
That this was present at this scene was Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
I think you were carrying this around, though. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a lot like grease stain from all the fish and chips. Really? Remember that update that? Okay.
That's much better.
Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad, then?
Perhaps the departure might tell us something. It was...
Oh! What is it?
We traveled for 31st October, just one day before the incident.
What? Really? There we go. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Wow, full evidence list. Take that! What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st October? What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there is a distinct possibility that he wasn't even in the country. Ugh. Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern east coast of France for a night.
According to my father, who was on board, I just so happen to have my phone out at this moment, at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could have possibly taken the victim there? You?
I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport.
What? You mean you knew about this?
The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow.
What a fucking bad line.
But personally, I don't agree.
Hell yeah.
I think prosecutor's office is trying to hide something.
What?
And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be.
What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi?
A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception.
I wanna die.
Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it?
The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper.
The Reaper? Urgh. Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, counsel?
The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday.
It's a fair flashback.
Alright. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. He discovered the location of the man's secret hideout. He was killed, as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is opposite of that.
What?
Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper.
So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was...
Obviously. Assassination.
Holy shit!
Barak von Zeke's never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us he must have had an accomplice.
And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? Who's saying it? Hold it! What do you think y'all are saying, eh? My boss would never do nothing like that.
And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No! It can't be!
We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Von Zeke's. Ooh.
Sorry.
No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barak Von Zeke's is not the Reaper.
A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man.
No shit. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent for the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh? You have a solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikitoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If somebody had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny?
You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported aboard the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life.
What?
Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure.
Failure?
It seems that the defense has hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here.
What are you talking about? What detail?
Inspector Gina Lestrade.
Eh? What?
Victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier?
I feel like all my characters are saying nothing but what right now.
Mine are just tearing me apart. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying! Even if all of them bludgeons gotten taken out, had it coming. I'm sorry, G. If you stream exclusively, my mind on Twitch isn't changing, so you may never see me again. Because I don't want to associate with a company that allows its creators to get away with whatever. Even if it's not appropriate. That's
I mean, there's stuff on YouTube, too.
true. Very true.
I don't know, both platforms are freaking sucks to me, but, you know, where the hell else are you gonna watch stuff?
True. Yeah, that's on you, man. That's your decision. Even if all them bludgeons get taken out and had it come. Like, it's literally, you know, picture poison. It just so happens the other one is more suited for the type of content I do. That's it. The boss weren't the Reaper.
Poor Gino. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but you've spent any time at the Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard.
At least YouTube takes better control over it, unlike Twitch.
I feel like there's information I'm missing here.
I feel like I'm missing information myself. I don't know. They're both kind of scuffy. Like, considering that one of them's getting into NFTs.
Which one?
YouTube.
Why?
Don't know. Because it's a hip trend.
How is it a trend? Everybody hates it.
Stupid ass crypto bros.
I feel like Twitter is a bigger source of
I mean, Twitter's already gone into fucking NFTs, so. Yeah.
and yet you still use it.
That's because we constantly ratio NFT users on Twitter.
I almost want to get Twitter to just roast people.
I made a post on Twitter saying, fucking NFTs are fucking stupid. You're all so dumb. Blah blah blah. At CryptoBros # NFT community. And I got some fucking tweets. This is for science, by the way. It's saying, oh my gosh, if you want to get into NFTs, here's this. Thanks for the tweet. And I'm just like, you're fucking stupid. This was a test to see if NFT, like Crypto Bros, were literate. I think they are.
Are you sure it's not just a bot?
It's a mix of both. Some of them are bots, some of them are like actual users.
I think that's a bot. I don't think
Ew,
that's
NFTs. And guess what platform we're using right now that's getting into them?
Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
I don't. Wait, you trust Twitter? Twitter's garbage. Of course I don't trust Twitter. No one does. Twitter users hate Twitter. But we just use it anyways. Because there's nowhere else to go. Anywhere good anyways. And Twitter's not good either. I don't know. It's the same situation with the YouTube Twitch thing. Where else do you have to go? You know?
I actually have heard of like third-party places, but they're not nearly popular enough for anything.
Exactly. You can't grow a platform for yourself on there. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Alright, new testimony. Yes, this notebook does have a load of stuff about the Reaper.
You're not gonna like this one.
Got up to new path. Oh, what?
You're not gonna like this one.
Why?
You have to press all statements, then press the last statement again.
That's great.
I know, right?
Past 10 years.
The presenting is funny though.
Name of the victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st of October. It said grouse for the place of the date, and then the name of the mark.
But on the bright side, this is the last testimony.
Cool. There was a no... Why is it not Allegro then?
Because,
Course still going.
court will still be going now.
There's a note about him being criminal, walked out away from the Reaper 10 years ago or something.
But you know why you're pressing her? Because she's going to be talking a lot. I'm going to use the bathroom.
Go for it.
She's not finished.
Well, honest, the boss didn't know none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Yeah. Sussy, Sabaka.
Keep a personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established facts here.
Just make sure there's no more last cosmic land.
This must be so hard for her.
You can't deny now, surely, Rinosuke Naruhodo.
What can't I deny?
The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information the victim could have only known if he was working with the Reaper.
Ah! So, who's this to be the final mark? Who was to be this final mark?
Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st of October.
Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not a strong suit. This ain't a problem. Ain't the problem, alright, Odo? What's up?
I said, please start the cross-examination.
It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas. It's Mikotoba, probably. Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro. Is it? Yeah, Seishiro. Jigoku. Oh no, it's Judge. Never mind. Might be. What? But it can't be. He's gonna fucking murder Judge! Seishiro Jigoku.
But that's... Older day Pog, that's Judge Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right. Objection! But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So I know for a fact that he hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed.
Oh.
Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. The Reaper would tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector. Personally. The Reaper of the Core, of course, being the accused, Barak von Zeke.
It's an undeniable logical argument. Kazuma.
I need the crossing.
You planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? This is like the second time we said that.
Hold it!
Not a badass hold it.
Awesome, bitch.
Get your ass back here. You aren't going anywhere. He has the hollow chalice.
I should have went when I had the chance.
Oh, the theme is playing. Beautiful. Imagine if you left for this, you'd regret it.
I probably would have. I actually probably would have had time because I only have to go to my one. What the hell is the... Dude, where's the
bottom.
the candle?
Oh. That I have no idea.
It's supposed to be over here. No! Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm just use that in the glass. I knew this was gonna happen one more time.
That's a pretty fucking funny line, actually. Where the hell did he get his hollow chalice from?
This is a problem. Pray forgive the discourtesy of playing my hollow chalice whilst I stand accused of murder.
Lord Von Zeke's?
The accused has no right to speak uninvited in the court. You will return to the dock. Why the hell is this so active? You saw it. It's been there all week. Nothing's happened.
True.
Dude. We're just gonna let this breathe. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of the court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
Oof. Eh? What? No, that's not. That's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entrees from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you clearly planned.
Oh, you're so awesome.
Your hatred of me is understandable. I gotta open this very slowly, that's why I haven't yet. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper who sent your father to gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself.
He's right, you know.
By attempting to have me condemned for this feeble excuse for testimony.
Oof.
What did you say? Mr. Hull, this is our chance.
My lord! The defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Ooh, look at that animation. Technically, this might be Zach's last battle for this Dream series, too.
And what's funny is that this is, in fact, my last bottle. And so I owe this chap.
Oh gosh, I can hear the fucking gavel making contact with his hand.
Isn't it beautiful? Pray forgive the discourtesy of being late to this moment. Now can we please move on?
Yeah. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination.
No objection here. I am an alcoholic after all. I'm kidding, this is wine. I'm kidding, this is not wine.
It's funny if the last bottle was wine.
It would be funny if I pretended that wasn't wine. They'd allow me to toast this court's impartiality.
Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately.
Oh, no build-up, just smack.
At once, my lord.
Excuse me. Alright, that's right there. Out of the way. Oh my goodness, I have to blast.
Gotta blast. Hold it!
Hold it! You know what to do. Press everything.
Everything,
Press the
yep.
last one.
In other words, they show that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. No, you and all. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret. The notebook said what he found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal class into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There was simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. Ha! With you at its head? I had spies of the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movement, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I had been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the
inspector was not there.
Sure.
Oh, wait, I don't remember what she said. She whispered something. I don't know if they're both yours or sure.
I don't know, you can have one.
Dude, I'm full. I just have 2 giant glasses.
You're alright, yeah.
Actually, I'm still working on the second one. I don't know, I might have one later.
I'm here. Welcome to Twitch chat, Sam.
Twitch chat?
Let's go.
So you're telling me Twitch chat? But of course the inspector was not there. I already read this.
Refreshing.
Refreshing. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. You know what else I like about Baron von Zeke's gimmick of the wine?
What?
It carries to everyone else. If I haven't finished the glass yet, or he hasn't, I'll hold it no matter what character I'm doing. Each of them does something different with it. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well, then. Back to your testimony about the contents of the notebook.
Fine.
Is something wrong, Mr. Nahoda? You seem a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Hold it!
Hold it!
Name the victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victim's name, this other's name kept cropping up. Dude, we'd be fucking this trial fancy right here right now. What other names was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean... Azashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Azashin. My bad.
The assassin.
I was reading it when you were gone, my bad. One thing I like when you're gone, I get to my interpretation of the voices.
I don't get to hear them because I'm in the bathroom.
That's true. They get to hear them though.
And even if I wanted to listen to them, it would take a long time to search for what specific parts I was on the screen.
True. What, like a killer, you mean?
One of these days I'm gonna come back and somebody's gonna be like, Gavin's voice is better. And I'm like, what?
I'm actually always afraid of people saying my voices are shit. But
Has that happened?
no, but I'm always like insecure about it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know how many times after I've left for one of these, I'm like, am I too flamboyant on stream? Am I too much?
I'm always just like, man, am I not as good as that?
I don't know, that's up to your viewers to decide. I mean, I make the joke that I carry your streams, but I only do that because, you know, I'm a cocky little bastard. And no, yeah, it's funny.
I think we balance each other out.
Yeah. You give my voice a break. And you make something up that I could never have thought of. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them.
But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah! Then perhaps they will set on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Because that additional person could have been...
clearly the assassin who was meant to take Sashiro Jigoku's life.
Ah, come on! Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Sashiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case.
But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating.
A nameless assassin? The killer? Hold it! And you're saying that the mark listed was Sashiro Jigoku? That's what it said! Funny name, if you ask me.
I read that as furry name.
I just woke up. Well, you just woke up to some baseness.
Yes.
So
Quite.
And I saw your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown map.
Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature.
I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago.
Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart.
Is it just me or does the voice balance feel more balanced than usual? Like,
How could you have judge now?
that's true. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
Let's see. You are Rinosuke, which is huge, right? And you're the witness and the judge.
Yep.
I'm your assistant, the defendant, and the prosecution. That actually is pretty even.
The Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. It's not. I'm voicing my own mentor. If I'm not mistaken, you returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
The Fire Nation attack. Precisely, the Professor Nation. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation
I'm even having trouble. Repatriation.
Was organized immediately.
That's one for the books, baby.
It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in me has gotten even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Hold it!
Hold it!
What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal? What? Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure.
Yes, of course. You're right. Ooh. When was this one?
This was early in the fourth case.
So,
Actually,
is that earlier today?
I think that was earlier today. Yeah, break the witness stand, that was today. Well, it's important.
Yeah.
It was a pitiful situation, yes. I had forgotten all about it. But I prosecuted that trial too, as it happened.
You did?
It was considered to be adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what?
This is so cool seeing both of the prosecutors fucking
At each other.
Mm-hmm.
Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court. Guilty or innocent alike.
Crocker, literally the person on the stand right now, and Doc Brown.
To be fair, two of them have left the country.
True, but one of them is literally standing right next to us. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination
The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is.
Come on! That's absurd! To take someone's life for that?
Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond the same person's comprehension.
But... Who's objection? Objection! Right, I've just heard enough about this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people is clobbers! Come on, Odo! Yes?
Kind of like how you're screenshotting almost every time he says yes. I screenshotted almost every actually new time Monica says, okay, everyone. It's like a running gag. Again, our lives strangely parallel.
Why aren't you saying nothing? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. Holy shit. That's a strong box. This one? It's getting... We gotta find...
It's damaged.
We'll find a new one.
This side might be better. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. We've been slamming that one like it's frickin' your mom.
That outburst was an insult to the core and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums could have made a detective. Hey! Hey, shut the fuck up, man! When this trial's over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Mrs. Strada. Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every beating place you look in the world, ain't it? Well, I've had enough.
Gino.
Holy shit. So have I. After that little speech Gina gave, I made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Melhart?
There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Oh? Do you mean?
I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. The alarm roll kicked in! That's so badass! Still press it?
Did you?
I press this one.
Oh, then yeah.
Hold it! I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh?
What do you mean?
Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing.
Oh, I should have put that on the soundboard. The frickin' ear rape.
Among Us! This defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by good fucking luck. There's so many people talking in here.
I literally had to hit the history button and go back for like so far.
Okay, you talk, but you didn't really. Could be you. You. Bastard. Fuck you. Oh cool, they're all lined up for me! Oh, actually, Cosm is over here. Think about my own defending. Take that! Of course, by you, Lord Van Zeeks.
Me? What?
Your face has turned ashen. How could he know is what you're thinking?
If my face has turned ashen, it's because I'm thinking, how could he? I don't know what you're going with this, but Maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify.
What? Oh, fuck me! In that case, the defense will present evidence to substantiate its claim. To which piece of evidence does this alleged inconsistency relate? Oh my, I didn't think I did this one. Ah, save file 7! It has to be this. Take that! I had hoped not to present this evidence, but you leave me no choice. What do you say to this, Lord Van Zeeks? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
Your feelings were correct. Presenting that evidence was a mistake. Let's just withdraw.
Backpedal, backpedal. The fucking gun, why not?
Did you save over your friend?
Nope, nope, nope. Here's what I did. My.
Okay.
Oh wait a minute. That implies I should go back. All right, Van Zeeks. I'll talk to you later, homie.
I thought you soft-locked yourself, man.
No, I'm good.
No, I'm good.
Fuck you, Strongheart. I've been waiting all game for this one. There's definitely something strange that didn't add up.
Tough guy. Since you think you're so fucking right, you should know this right off the bat.
The music stopped. The inconsistency is in a statement made by this person.
Objection!
People can only be inconsistent in what they say if they actually testify. But in case you hadn't noticed, the person you're accusing isn't even in the stand.
Then get in here. We can have old Judge up there. Ah!
It was on the night of the 8th.
No!
I was thrown
Come
from
on,
the
you-
house.
You fucking prick. I'll get you. Your days are numbered!
You mean his hours are numbered? I hope we don't do this next week again.
Gina. Alright, if that's the logic we're going with, it has to be Gina, then. Of course by you, Gina. Unless Kazuma. Of course, what's that supposed to mean, eh?
Gina, Mr. Naruto?
Gina's the person giving testimony here, so... If there are any inconsistencies, they can only be introduced by her.
I don't know where you're going with this, but maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify.
What? Why'd you say I've been all gay?
What?
I don't recall saying that.
Neither do I.
In that case, you do your thing. Gina? You gotta find a flaw you usually do. Why ain't you saying nothing? Say objection. It's all nonsense. Kill people's clobbers. Oh, I can't go up further.
It's literally a guessing game.
Okay then.
Take that!
It's this! This proves that the, I'm fucked. Oh, is this a Gina save file? Or is this a Van Zeke save file? I'm on Van Zeke here now. Oh, I should make one for each, actually.
You know there's only one right answer, right?
Between these two? Alright, so it has to be Gina, right? Uh-oh.
Take that!
We're gonna be here for a while.
Stop talking so much, you guys are taking up the history.
Well, technically, if you reload from there. Wait, no, I don't know that's how it works.
Oh, fuck me, here we go.
Well, I got some time to browse like funny.
Come on, come on. Come on, come on.
I could join Adam's VC right now.
Take that!
Wrong.
What?
I didn't even look.
Why, is the music still going?
Because the music's still going!
Welcome back to my extraordinary thingy. I'm going to fucking go down this evidence list. 1, no, 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 no,
A lot of those are gonna be
no.
Take that!
Music still going? Yeah, it is. Autopsy? No, we present the same plot.
Take that!
Take that. Come on, Matt!
If we're gonna be here for a while, I might as well have fun with this.
Stop looping the music.
We need to stop getting it wrong.
Clint's autopsy?
Take that!
You know what it is, don't you?
Of course I know what it is.
Take that!
What? This is a classic game. Yeah.
Take that!
I gotta pull this out of my fucking ass. What are you trying to prove?
Somebody said something that's inconsistent with a lot of things, and he's trying to put out a piece of evidence to prove it.
Yep. So I selected a person, and I'm trying to prove that they have been very inconsistent.
Would you say sus?
Bunny ears, come on. I'll try it.
Take that!
Iris said it would be good enough.
You haven't told it, you just presented it.
I'd like to pull it. Oh, look at it! It's so fucking cool.
We're trying to override version of my system. You're supposed to tell Eric Deacon. I know, right? But you know how to. Guys are very like boring for those years.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug his ears with all my might right now?
I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you must learn stoic patience.
But I want to know.
Take
Fuck me!
Oh.
Take that!
I literally have to do a guessing game! What the hell did she say earlier? I'll never know. Oh my gosh, come on! Oh my gosh.
Why don't you go down the list and present just everything?
What?
From he to ha.
For me though.
First page, second page, third page, and then once you've wasted another hour and we can't finish this tonight.
RNG!
Take that!
RNG. Yep. In case you haven't figured it out yet, you're not in the right spot.
What? It's Ben Zeke's? Magic Man, you start being honest with me. Alright, Ben Zeke's it is. You fucking deceived me.
Take that!
I can't tell, I can't tell, I can't tell. I can't tell anymore. Here's the Van Zeke slot now. This is the Gina slot, this is the person slot, and this is the fucking Van Zeke slot. There we go.
Take that!
Why is this so sus?
Because Kevin sucks at this game.
I don't even know what Van Zeke said at this point. Oh my gosh. What, the dog? Why the dog? Okay. Let's try it this one. No, 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 no. Absolutely. No, no, no. Uh-uh.
Take that!
Come on! You're fucking with me at this point.
Oh, I'm having so much fun. Oh, I know I'm not sleeping tonight anyway.
Take that!
Do I have to examine anything?
Nope.
Aren't you quirky? Ooh, ooh, dang, dang, wah, wah, bang, bang. Ooh, ooh,
Take that!
Damn, that's supposed to be too long.
Take that!
I'm like a fucking speedrunner right now.
Welcome to hell.
Did you look this one up when you played this game?
I don't remember.
Take that!
Oh!
Take that!
I am presenting everything I feel like is relevant! Is it obscure? Is it a doozy? Is it Among Us?
Technically, yes. I don't know. I mean, obviously the person is here.
shit up myself.
If you look this up, I'm probably just gonna cave and give you. You gotta find the bear again.
I already presented the button.
It's a bear.
There's no bear.
I'm telling you this, it's right.
It's all in front of my face! Wait a minute, like visibly on them right now? What?
Take that!
Come fucking on!
This is like a glorified shitpost. I wish I had more sounds.
It's in front of me?
Kind of.
Take that!
It's not an option right now, I'll give you that much.
What? So I'm soft locked.
No. You sound like unsafe.
It's in Gina!
Oh, let him do the talking. This is me right now.
Take that!
Oh. Oh. You're driving me nuts. You are genuinely broken.
Oh. Come fuck on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying!
I don't even know. I'm literally having to play a guessing game today.
You are so far from the truth.
Fine, page 1 it is.
No.
Page 2 it is.
No.
Page 3.
No.
Is it Kazuma? No, fuck you.
Take that!
The music stopped. Why you, Kazuma Asogi?
Me?
It's something attempt at bustering console.
Filibustering.
Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony.
What are you suggesting? I said that was inconsistent.
You left something flip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence. Oh, music's playing. You fucking kidding me? I wasted my time here. I thought because of what happened with John Hart, I could. There had to be someone testifying.
They put a lot of effort in this game to make sure you didn't find that answer very easily.
Clearly.
I think I actually did catch this one because I do remember going back with the dialogue because I didn't fuck it up initially, so I was able to go back and actually see what he slipped with.
Alright, everyone, welcome.
Load? You mean save?
Welcome to save file number 9.
I was already on save file 20 by now because I used 2 for each episode.
Shout out to my 2 save files for the first game. How many of these? Most of these are just. Hold on. Episode 2. Oh, final.
You literally just made all those for no reason.
Take that!
Uh-oh.
Take that!
I mean, that one was close.
Okay then. It says these soggy papers were like something obscure. I'm never gonna use those. Okay, so it's this then.
Finally!
These are the trunks that belong to Inspector Gregson. Metal construction of it is certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain, and a relatively fresh one too. What you mean they ain't no grease from all the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk? That suggests the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed.
That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's reports. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the steer peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about someone who was present when the victim was killed. Oh. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Cosmo. No, I want to see this flashback.
Because at the time he was making his way to the...
They're like breakfast.
Breakfast.
Burritos. One sausage, one bacon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's neat.
Yeah, seen it online.
Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk.
Oh my gosh.
That is incredibly hard to catch.
That's just... I didn't even think about how no one else knew about the trunk aside from like Gina and the defense. I didn't even think about that. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk?
How did you bite into that?
Like that?
It's so hot. We know the man went on a trip to France. Or else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? Ooh yeah, he was acting pretty sus after the whole Drebber trial.
At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke?
Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... If Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose.
Oh no, Mr. Nagahodo! Surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke. You know the rules.
And so do I, so say goodbye.
The only thing that really talks in this courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing.
Kazuma. Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were that day in the same place as the inspector.
He was there? With Gregson?
There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret trunk that you can't tell us. I can't be sure at this point, but I'll need to verify it. I have a nasty feeling that I'm gonna be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. I would like to open this real quick. I have a hunch, but let me just look at it first.
Got it!
Got it. Is your proof? What do you say to that, Prosecutor Sogi?
Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing him to the sea would be more helpful.
What?
At least that way, London's courtrooms would be safe from his destructive accusations.
Ugh.
I believe that was a rather long-winded way of telling you that you're wrong, Mr. Naruto. You were really close, though.
Okay then.
The hitbox is a little funky.
Really? Is it not? Did I like?
You gotta think outside the box. So it's not the cut. Okay. Let's say that's. You gotta open it first.
Oh. So by thinking outside the box, I gotta see inside the box.
Or rather, an angle of the box.
You see that? There's something stuck inside the box. Looks like fragment metal. But it's weighed so tightly, I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better.
Got it!
No, okay. A small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Looks like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, flung around your waist as of ever today, is the esteemed Blade Kurama. Joe.
Of course it is.
Joe, conclusion stream, huh? Yeah, welcome to chat, Joe.
We're getting a little cocky here.
Won't you draw it here in this courtroom? For all to see.
Exercise caution, my learned friend. Don't worry, I was reading the directions. That man is the son of the London's most notorious killer.
Bailiff! Watch Prosecutor Sogi like a hawk. I'm still here! Awesome, madame.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's me. For a second, I legitimately forgot how to voice him. That won't be necessary. Oh, no!
The tip is broken. The fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword. The question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Sogi?
Expertly done, Rinosuke. That's a point to you. Well deserved.
Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Sogi?
Yes. On 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
Man, you might as well testify, huh? So the additional person authorized to travel
Was me.
and the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark.
Are you the fucking Reaper? What? What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku. Why does he need two katanas?
Oh, because he had one until he regained his memory, and once he did, this guy on screen right here gave his original sword back to him. So now he just keeps both.
Mm-hmm.
Also because he's fucking cool.
I don't know. Answer the question.
Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one.
Uh-huh. Clearly. He's alive. Explain.
Watching you, I'm strong armor. Doubt this man is fucking hysterical.
There's like layers of irony to this.
So many! I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan.
You were never gonna do it?
We can believe Kazuma-san. I'm sure. After all, Judge Jikoku arrived safely in London the following day.
So, Kazuma, did you kill Gregson? No, wait, he said he didn't kill anybody. But who killed Gregson? That's my first judge line.
Holy shit, strong hard judge line.
I should have screenshotted that.
I'm sure he'll do it again. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, though.
But you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked this ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning.
A boarding house? In Dunkirk?
My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify.
Then, what became of Jigoku?
Gregson was no assassin. Still not despair. Okay. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that one room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated Matchman to pull the trigger.
You think, again, you think you would kill him with a fucking gun?
And end his wretched agent's life.
Barak Vaughn, I forget my gun Zeke's.
That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
Hey.
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk?
Good point.
I don't need to answer.
Oh, hey, whoa. What?
The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case.
What?
And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter.
What the fuck? Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
As you wish, my lord.
Holy shit. You know, I'm just saying, when Ryunosuke had that sword, nothing bad happened with it. That's right. Look at it. Wow. Kurama, the Great Blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword broken. It's just a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can only share Kuroma's jobs. Kazuma must have really taken that swing for that to happen. Nothing else to examine on here? Okay then. We must take immediate action now to verify whether Sashiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed?
I agree. That should be our first priority.
I don't blame them.
It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday.
Ooh, good point. How did you...
a foreign dignitary invited Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise.
You don't mean to say that you think Judge Goku may have been killed?
The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Batzes?
Give the hollow chalice.
If I were really the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
Holy fuck, that's like the most powerful gavel ever. Order in the court! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests at the symposium may have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's officers. You're about to hear the song.
Or at least the preferred version.
The one that won't leave my head.
What song? They played on the previous stream, like a little bit toward the end, but not the cool version.
If the man
It was the
can't,
upbeat version, but not the cool one.
if the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Goku!
Poor Goku.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who only just arrived in the country. Except, you know, that is. For the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through for the next 10 years.
I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord! I sincerely hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Ugh. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Alright, so I'm gonna put the stream starting soon up. We'll be back in 30.
We don't have that kind of time. Cosmo-sama, the Reaper's assassin? I feel as though I'm in a nightmare.
I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. So he ain't capping.
I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Goku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control.
I felt it from the moment I stepped into
What do we
the
mean?
courthouse
Stay tuned.
this morning. A strange sensation that we were carrying towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case,
Yes, please move down the outside. That way I can do this.
in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options.
Actually, there may be one last hand in play. Or rather, one last ear.
Let's fucking go! Of course! The little Mr. Shones doll that Iris gave us! You don't need to flash back to this, it's okay. Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ear or not? Oh yeah, this just gives us a bad ending here.
I actually don't know what happens if you hit leave it. I would never check. It's just that cool.
Here goes then. I'm gonna do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruto!
No looking back. Heave! Ho! What?
Pull my finger. Ah! That scream sounded like Mr. Shones!
Mr. Shones? Where are you?
Here, my dear fellow, here!
It's the felt doll talk. Your communication device.
Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruto! As hard as you can!
Alright then. I'll put all my strengths into it.
If you prefer, you can pull my wrist.
Heave! How?
You can pull me, bro! Ah! Please, my dear fellows! You don't need to pull my ear off!
Oh, he has the iris one. That's cute.
Mr. Shones! Where are you? Oh, I can just hold my phone for this. myself and my trusty partner, are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse.
Ah, that's a brew hop. Yes, it's grouse?
Notice that the doors are green.
Never seen that before.
Get used to it. She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to the underway again in half an hour.
You've taken a ship to France?
Please, I need my hat. I ain't doing this without my hat, bro. This is Sholmes' best hour. Second best hour.
Top 3.
Top 3. Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover after we left. Excuse me, fucking wine, man. Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port in order to board this vessel.
So, you mean you've already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruto, pray, what is my name?
Where's the song? Hold on.
Stay tuned, a little while longer.
Sherlock Sholmes, world famous great detective.
Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Miss Susato, gently with the genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes.
Ah, there you are, Migatoba.
You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook, and I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow.
Zach knows which one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do, Joe. Did you know there's 2 versions of it? I forgot there was. But we're about to get the better one anyway. But not once did I controvert the fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name.
Yes, you did, didn't you? We just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now, so fucking speedrun!
And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall welcome news for you within half the hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us, Marvis, if you're not in touch first!
Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in this mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operating in that way in the first place, Mr. Sholmes?
Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
It's really funny.
It is. I love it. Oh wait, is he?
Wallace, I know how much you enjoy being the hero of this hour, Sholmes. We have but half that now, but the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigation rapidly, we shall find ourselves in the Naples before long.
There are times, Mikatoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin.
First class, Captain number 2. Yes, this is the one. Well, I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. The crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Are they also Russian?
You don't remember this guy?
Wait, is this the same guy? I thought it was different. Okay. Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous detective when you see one? That question really ought to be, who are you?
Do you recognize world-traveling great sailor Tenchkin Stroganoff when you see?
Remember what his first name was? Oh, it's Beef Stroganoff?
Oh!
The chicken Stroganoff.
The chicken Stroganoff.
It's basically the same guy. I think they're like a brother or cousin or something like that. It's very funny.
Yeah, the hair is different.
Low budget, low budget. It's very funny though.
Great detective? Ah, I don't think so.
Do you see that, Mikotoba?
That was a really good time.
I know, it's just I had to actually clean my glasses. It would appear that the man is a devoted follower of mine.
Goodness me, is that a tattoo? Is that says Sholmes?
I must say, while such an adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold.
Urgh, what are you talking about? Leave now!
How distressing. My loyal devotee only knows me by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe.
Oh yeah, it is a brother, okay.
Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact.
How could you know this?
Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. How did you not screenshot that? Damn it!
I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. He's at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Sashiro realized that we're after him, has he?
His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please.
No! I have orders not to let even mouse inside.
Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make some excuse so he leaves the area.
Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right?
Curse us! The plan is ruined!
And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not there, you cannot get inside. We can lock them.
Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talents, have you?
Opening any lock?
Within a mere 5 seconds. If you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend. In your typical accommodating manner.
How could
You
I
know what's great about this, by the way? They're on a rush timer. Guess what we are on?
a rush timer?
A fucking rush timer.
It's just like Dress It For All.
It's just like Just Raw, yeah!
How can I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds.
That's a great way to utilize this gimmick. It's you can't see him cross his arms.
Internal monologue, villager.
That's awesome. Good man. So, the game is afoot. Don't worry, you'll get the song soon, my dear fellow.
Okay, so I gotta get him distracted.
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to do this on your own?
You can tell me.
Actually, not. I don't think I will.
Okay,
it
just
won't
right
affect
here,
the
man.
spirit.
That would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Yes.
Good job, my dear fellow. You see, now, what this is, literally, Sholmes is just like, partner. You know, we bounce off each other. You should know what to do. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna make you do everything. It's
Here
gonna
it
be great.
goes then. Pardon me in advance.
And once this spot is over, by the way, I'm gonna explain my theory on why Sholmes is actually a lot more brilliant than he leaves on.
You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going down there, Seaman Stroganoff? Report at once. We all sound same. Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. Not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now!
Done. Not even.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well,
New
don't
cl-
stand there gulping on my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go.
New clip? Awesome. Oh, yes. Good gracious.
He said the fine. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
Sorry, everyone, check the closet.
Check the closet.
Those clothes on the floor there. This is Shiro's, without question.
Well, it seems we're just a little too late.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may be well 2 hours worth of clues to find here. But that burly crewman.
But
may
that
return
burly
any moment.
crewman may return any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed, he may! Which makes this all the more thrilling.
Is this it?
Nope.
What?
Now. You know what? No, I can't explain that yet.
Alright, first thing I'm fucking checking. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe.
Indeed, he was. And it was of similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience a moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now! In you go! This will only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes? You surely can just tell me whatever you said.
Well, I added some brilliant remark and opened up the wardrobe to reveal it's still a murder.
I think I'll just read about it in the event of her like Sholmes.
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here, how it...
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikoto. Ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks.
Pardon?
Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Woo! Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have an enormous refrigerator for storing all sorts of lavish produce, as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikoto. The sight of you is making my mouth water.
What? I haven't taken on the flavor of food I ate, you know. There's a speaking tube here. Look, though it's been stopped with some cloths. The voices of the crewmen on the bridges are an annoyance, I suppose.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or it could prevent snakes from entering.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Was it even snakes? I'm checking the trunk.
That's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Toshiro is a partial to all things large, and a rather clumsy fellow.
And a rather clumsy fellow, as he failed to notice he had left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
Damn. I'm confused. Where's the song? Be patient. We're building to it.
We're building to it! Come on, man. We're almost there.
The wall. Almost.
No! I'm so glad Joe is here.
The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see?
Indeed. What have you observed arises when a frame has been hanging for some time is removed? Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now there is a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere. There are rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes in our travel cases.
I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not stray on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There is nothing important about trifles.
It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Then move it. Oh, come on.
You got it, yeah. The basket. You were just on it.
Oh, okay. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside.
Indeed, and then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets.
I sincerely hope for only hope for your work.
Let's see. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. I don't prefer to touch garbage.
Yep, 3 days ago.
Unless it's edible.
3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Following the departure of the poor of Dunkirk, all crew. Okay. Oh, yes, it was an evacuation drill. I remember now.
Almost there, don't worry.
For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So, it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Uh-oh. Russian man. You are still here? Ah, able seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
You waiting for me?
Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
I was in trouble with the captain because of the trick you played before. Poor innocent system. It was all your fault.
It is all your fault. I love Russian.
Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Go, go.
Get out of my house! Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there's something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth.
Cackle?
I'm afraid I see through your lies.
Ooh.
For one thing, Mr. Joku has not yet left this vessel at all.
Is this it? No. That's not.
I'm not going to say anything. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff. This is a prelude to objection. You know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you?
Why Russian accent? Because this guy is Russian.
Because he's Russian.
He is Russian.
Don't worry about it. We know what we're doing.
This is like our. It's not like we've done this for like, I don't know, over 40 streams now.
Joe, I know you're excited, but this ain't it yet. This is the prelude, baby. The prelude's good, but this ain't it.
How can you? Good.
Oh wait, this.
Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you worked it out? All of it.
It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less.
Ugh.
So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitatable logic and reasoning? Remember how I said there was one more Ryunosuke one? I didn't mention there was one more Sholmes.
So
That doesn't mean you're not taking a part.
So that means that last one we did was the last Ryunosuke one, but we get to do Mikitoba and Sholmes?
No, plug it back in!
Nothing would please me more. What is this?
We have but minutes until this vessel puts to sea. No games now. Yeah! Time is of the essence! Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Shigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
Ah! That is what I said!
Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that is quite clearly contradicts it.
What? Ah, yes, of course.
I see you've noted it too, Mikitoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Shigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago?
Let's fucking go! Oh my gosh!
Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills in Mikitoba.
It's been 10 years since we last did this
Oh,
show.
sorry.
Oh yeah, we have to do it like this.
Can I read that line again?
Sure, crowd. Go ahead.
Let's use the last 3 years as judge your observational skills than we could have.
Perfect theme for Sholmes. It's been 10 years since we last did the Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has. Quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that.
Now, do you see what's going on here?
Yes.
He has the confidence in you to solve it for yourself.
Take that! What? Perhaps you should have cleared your way with that glass. Oh, I got it right, okay. Shit, I thought I was wrong.
How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago.
I'm dumb, so I don't understand. Just listen to the music.
This music is a fucking masterpiece.
Duh.
It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off of refreshment, Sholmes. The tap dancing, let's go!
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Don't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff?
But why would Sashiro run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter.
Now you know why it's called the Dance of Deduction.
Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
The great detective of Foggy Town part right here. Oh my goodness. That's right. There they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Sashiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected. For you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces? I know nothing about this.
Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place in here? Something out of place in here? My bad.
That's key to this Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous.
I must say, I didn't foresee you ever doing this Dance of Deduction with you again, Mikotoba.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we all well know. Now then, let's see if I can uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear sir.
Do you understand why I say he's more brilliant than he lets on?
Yeah.
He purposefully gets it wrong so Mr. Naruto can correct it. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
Fair. My brain is hurt. Just pay attention. Take that!
I'm so proud of you. You haven't even had to observe it yet.
It's the rules of the passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes. Oh, no!
No, stop.
As I'm sure you clearly concluded. That frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match.
Ah, you are right. When did frame move?
Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? One would think that your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Gah! Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So,
Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
Well, let's see. Oh! That looks like a bullet hole. And you know what fucking shot Gregson? A bullet. You know what they have here? A fucking refrigerator. And you know what they did? Plant that damn body in Van Zeke's. And you know who got Van Zeke to go there in the first place to get the flack for this? Fucking Lord Strongheart! It's all coming together. What? Who has been shooting walls? How do I really know if he's Russian?
His brother is Russian.
His brother's Russian, and he's saying, da.
Yes, da. He's Russian.
This is Russian terminology.
I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff.
Plus, look at the name tag.
I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant.
I don't know what you are talking about. Why should I try to protect Eastern Stranger?
Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good.
Ah!
I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time. Aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by...
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
Ah, my dear Mikitoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it.
So I'm glad the fellas were all shot. Well, I can certainly do that. Yes,
They call his arms chunky. I forgot about that. Chonky.
Take that! It's almost too obvious for words.
Quite! The universal language of the world. Money.
Ah!
And
And I'd wager that Eastern fellow in question is Seshiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But...
I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikitoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink that in this burly fellow's armor.
We need only to follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils in minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention. Is that why you're looking at me?
Not even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. This man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe like a furtive glance. It is? Is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tuck-in toes decide, my dear fellow.
Take that! You turned immediately to look at this lost trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seshiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time. Does that mean he lives in Russia? Yes.
Or I guess used to.
I mean, he's working as a sailor.
Yeah.
And is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. This was people hiding in trunks, cabins, safes. Fuck it.
If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
By the way, a good sign to show that Jigoku was sus, it was like happened at the very beginning of this game at the end of episode 1, where he shut up the reporter. So. Yeah. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? And we don't know the 7-digit code.
The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must be some arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk,
So who's dad or mom? No idea.
he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. And I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff.
No, I know nothing about the combination code! Woo!
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman.
Huh?
Now, Mikitoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
Well, how else do you expect me?
It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time.
What?
Now, you can always press L to look back. No, not that L.
Oh wait, that's why. Oh. Hold on, can I turn that upside down? 5. Oh shit, wrong button, wrong button. I'm sorry.
What are you trying to do? Use the zoom feature?
Yes. I was trying to see if it has a feature for me to turn upside down.
No, there's no turn upside down.
Wait, what? What am I doing here? Hold on.
You press the home button twice for zoom in.
Right.
Way to go, Mikoto.
5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. At least I think. What did you do? I accidentally clicked the...
He messed up. Honestly, that mess up is less than mine. Did you know I got 2 things wrong on this?
Really?
I was jumping on the gun about the code, and I presented his arm instead of the money and got it wrong. And then on this, it took me a few minutes to realize that Sholmes meant something. You got it right away, so I'm proud of you for that. But you know what happens when you get something wrong? Sholmes immediately, he like breaks his character. He's like, "There's no time for jokes, Mikotoba." And Mikotoba's like, "Whew, thank goodness he thought it was a joke."
That's pretty funny. Take that! Got it. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Ugh. Well, Eugen, you found me now. Sashiro. Kind of looks like his buttons are a bunch of training badges.
Oh yeah, kind of.
I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. Haha! But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it was somewhere, some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read many stories of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Mr. Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil's in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion? Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Sashiro, are you going to explain all this? Ha! You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were the ones prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
I love how when he lowers his head like that, you can see his beard bend up because it's hitting his shirt.
Sure. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? Oh, I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. You almost fucked over a lot of people, dude. It's somewhat surprising. Ooh, who's saying that?
It's somewhat surprising, I must say.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I figured, I'm like, who the hell else would be here?
Yeah, right?
I don't know why they didn't just show his name.
What is?
Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
Says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket. And here I am. I've seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Sashiro. Take it. What is it? It's a Symphonia for old subpoena from the Old Bailey. For somehow I have vampire teeth.
I have no idea what that means, but okay, bro.
You're a man of the law. You know what ramifications of ignoring a document like this in the British court would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go.
One moment.
What is it, Shones?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that, Tashiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know.
Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir from our brief sojourn in France.
The small machine part of Mr. Chong found in Judge's Village cabin. Okay. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on your shoulders. Will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. That was Poggers.
That was fucking awesome.
And now the endgame. Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt. Is that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Joku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
Sent you the thumbnail. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed.
I like that.
That is freaking cool.
That is pretty fucking sick. And a strong heart instead of Dahlia this time it's fucking strong heart.
The jig is up.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if you want to do that right now or.
I didn't even notice these comments. Oh. Just a remake of the OG Final Trilogy thumbnail.
And it's beautiful.
We gotta do that. We gotta do one of those for investigation as well.
I don't know how easy that would be though.
Oh yeah, I think that one has a lot of characters.
Well, that and I haven't played it, so I can't confirm if it'll be as good or not. You know.
Fair. Let me just go download that. Actually, you know, keep it. Yeah, your characters are Scott.
Watch it turn around on screen.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
There's no sense in wasting any more of this court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection! Knew it. No, the trial cannot end now.
You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword.
I'm changing this thumbnail. Sorry. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won.
The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all the relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion. The accused is guilty.
All relevant testimony. Far from it. Green. By green, he just changed his chat color to blue. You can do. By the way, for those of you who don't know, you can do that if you want. Just change the chat color. Cool.
Mine would totally be orange.
Yeah. And still a crucial witness from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness?
Sashiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper.
Judge Shikoku? You found him?
Thanks to a detective. The judge is green. Yeah, kind of. No. Don't be mistaken, Azam. That's not the judge. That's a monster.
Hashtag not my judge.
That's a monster. With the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku's already dead. You guys suck. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Sherlock Holmes' famous deductions. Sherlock Holmes? Okay, gonna be back to near the end of the case. I'm tired and only got 3 hours of sleep last night. Have fun with grade 2. Okay.
He'll probably be back around 1-ish.
Yep. Is he just gonna take a nap to fucking wake up?
2? Dude has no idea what is the last of it.
I'm sorry, little one. Because alongside with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Also, I definitely want to see your ranking of all the games after this. I plan on it.
It'll probably be next stream.
Next stream, we'll probably do the accolades and the ranking.
Escapades.
Yes, right. Accolades are what we heard. Escapades and maybe that Phoenix Wright and Ryunosuke thing. Maybe.
Maybe, definitely the rankings though, because we did that last time. Went through like the episodes side by side, the games and stuff.
Yeah. We could definitely do that for this game, and then maybe compare it to the trilogy.
I wouldn't want to do that.
You wouldn't want to do that?
That's really hard to do. The music is styled differently. It's the 3D models versus the pixelated goodness.
I think it's fair game because it's the same writer.
I guess, but there's not one thing that's the same about it, except for the blood in that man's veins. Not one thing is also the same.
Fair. Which means that Sashiro Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 30th of October. 31st. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point. Get fucked, Captain. I'm sorry.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side? No, my lord.
No objections, my lord.
We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth! Oh my gosh, that's the longest stupid continue of my life. What?
Literally, all you're doing now is going to Sholmes' suite, having a dinky ass talk, and then going right back to court. You technically already did most of the investigation.
Okay. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the bathing, where London knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mrs. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street.
We have a little feast!
We have returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikitoba and I, no?
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier, but what else is new?
So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse.
Nah. When all this started almost a year ago now? Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey up all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikitoba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home.
What is it?
Surely, you haven't forgotten already? I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Olden Day Pog, you've had a reply already?
Green chair?
Green chair, Judge General. Oh, and that chair, I guess.
What's so urgent then, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper's ready for everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think that the trial were won already.
Yeah, right?
Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow's court could be a very long day, so eat up!
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be only one set with helping a pheasant to swim.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
I have not. Are we in set places this evening?
Yes! And that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I mean, especially for you, Professor Mickey.
Oh, we're gonna get sued! Oh!
Drippy Mouth returns. Judge lies. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. I did think about that earlier.
Oh? Iris, do you mean...
Yes, I know. I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in the conversation you had. After I tricked you on thinking I'd left.
What?!
The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikitoba are Iris' father.
Yes, about that, Iris. You know
I know. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant.
Oh, yeah.
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright.
Why don't I get any apologetic pheasant?
So just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Green bottle. I mean, yeah, there's a green bottle.
So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
A fine idea, Sheldon. It looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan and about Cosmo. I can't let this opportunity slip away. We get to talk to people around the house? Oh, no one's over here. No one's over here either. The fuck?
Mainly because the only person you're supposed to talk to is Shums. In that little funny position of his.
Mr. Shums, what are you doing? No offense.
Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikoto's refusal to share his present with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and just look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
No, I've played the role of father to you for far longer.
Poor Shums. Mr. Shums? Could I discuss something with you?
Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love for the game.
Green plant and drink, yeah. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one.
You needn't look at me in that fashion.
In what fashion?
It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss.
Let's talk. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then?
This. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated duplicate follows. K. Sogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
What? Those four names?
Sound familiar?
They're the ones from the end of the last game. I almost completely forgot about that. They didn't follow up on that until the end of this game.
I told you the last game is your last case is whack, man. They just smack you with so much lore in like 20 minutes.
True. We've come across the exact same list before.
It's very well done.
They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. Yeah, the Gatsby case was okay. Oh, Rick Harris. What appeared to be a simple
Rip the old man.
Mm-hmm.
May he rest in pawn shopping peace.
In case of aggravated murder, turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we just dispersed a fragment of a message. K.S.O.G., A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. But we never did get to the bottom of what that meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? Have you had the message I wired yesterday? Allow me to read it to you. I entered Judge Shikoku's office undetected and investigated telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, need by tomorrow. Naruto.
I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine. What?
Clandestine was correct.
Clandestine missions of
Or
this
maybe
movie.
clandestine. You asked Inspector Hosanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you?
Is the box broken? What box? Oh, Hosanaga!
You completely missed that, didn't you? That telegram for the list of names was sent to that guy.
I miss Hosanaga.
So do I.
He underused. But that's because of the country.
Yeah. But hey, at least he's here now.
Is it broken or no? Broken? I have no idea, sir. I don't even know what box you're referring to.
This one?
Oh,
This box is fine, it's just empty.
yeah. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time.
My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you must understand.
Anyway, the list of names was found in Sashiro's office, as shown predicted. So you knew the mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jikoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it.
Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Gosh, the only good judge in this game is the Santa Claus one.
The immortal, hilarious one.
The immortal, hilarious Santa Claus.
Or
I'm gonna be a gamer, so that means bye. Have a great night. Thank you for watching us then. Looks deadly serious for once. Telegram from Japan. Now the big one.
we were so sad this entire case.
That,
Good
tra-
times.
that tragedy we had to go through on the SS Bruja. It was all for nothing! Kazuma wasn't dead at all! What a load of bull.
Made for a good story though, didn't it?
We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
How come?
His remains, you mean? Precisely, Miss Suzuki. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. You mean... Huh? The arrangement between our two countries is already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would have successfully prevented the man from arriving on our shores for several years at the least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruto. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on your voyage to England?
Yep, it was shown way back here.
The terms of this study tour were negotiated by Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. Time paradox. I don't remember his voice.
You... Hosanaga, I remember he kind of had a more... He kind of had a normal voice?
In the light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead.
It's messed up because we literally... Actually, last time you voiced Hosanaga was literally last year. Back in December.
A year ago.
Yeah. She showed up more.
My dear fellow, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. Occam's razor.
You know, yeah. This is also a justifiable flashback. This is literally last fucking game.
All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Jones. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good length of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer.
Good times, good times. So you manipulated me?
I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you'd rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. That's kind of fucked up, you know.
But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Devin? I never thought about that.
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
Thank goodness. I seem to remember Miss Sugito and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then.
Keep forgetting that place exists. Listen, universe. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
Probably something to do with the professor.
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Olden Day Pod. An omen that at this very moment of time is close at hand.
An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago. Is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. An omen. I gotta possess him.
This one's actually kind of simple. Honestly, it's almost unnecessary.
Oh, okay. Is it Kurma? No.
Don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it? Okay.
There you go.
There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that with Judge Jigoku's office I should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Sogi, Asian, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
I really forgot about that point, to be honest. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago. And only because they were apprehended as part of a top-secret government communications that were leaked.
That's true, yes. But at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan.
Really?
Really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments.
You're pretty basic. You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Holmes, when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Holmes, what a fabulous line.
Look, badass.
Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Eishin, as it were transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Old Day Pog, Kay Sogi, and T. Gregson?
We lost one of them.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his stunt tour from going ahead.
Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Sogi to him in many letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. We don't know if that's your dad. So Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh,
It's not like it really matters, sir.
yeah, I mean, you didn't know the guy. Sholmes isn't bad. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
I'm so sorry, Iris. I knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
Yeah. No. What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Nohara?
Oh, yes. You mean about Aza Shun, I presume.
Oh, yeah, of course. Old Day Pop.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Britt.
Glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes?
I had believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? I can't believe they made Watson a fucking villager.
What?
I can't believe they made Watson a fucking villager.
I think it's cool. Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front.
Ah!
Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined from her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination.
Armed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective.
Yeah, it makes those first episodes of each game in a different perspective. What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean... Kazuma!
No! Pog!
He did say in court earlier today.
Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission.
And the mission was...
The assassination of the Mark.
If he became an assassin himself, does that mean he wouldn't be on the mark? That's weird.
No. He was the assassin.
Oh, wait, okay. Is the list as evidence right now? Yes, it is. Oh! Okay, so those 2 are assassins up there. Wilson and Gregson are victims. Okay. That makes much more sense.
Young Mr. Sogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, This document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say. Detailing an assassin exchange.
Well, when did Kazuma agree to become an assassin? An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma have possibly gotten involved in something like that?
Let us assume we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassination exchange.
I just noticed this series started on the first assassination case and is ending on the other one. That's kind of cool.
I'm telling you, this is brilliant writing. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruto. The British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to the diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest level. The highest levels. Man, if I wasn't right about my fucking strong theory right now, I'd be screenshotting that right there.
These murders are two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but a contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one single devilish scheme.
Sorry, just checking in and make sure nothing crashed.
That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Wait a minute, Jones! If this telegram really is describing an exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer target was never Shiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Cosmo was here for Gregson? So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mock?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
So that means the whole Reaper thing is nothing but a fucking front.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes, I told him my fears and implored him to seek a transfer in an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket to tow.
Yes, Gina.
Now, remember how I had you watch movies before watching this? No, Sholmes is brilliant. He's not perfect.
Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us all at the Grey exhibition. They had to be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last.
Poor Gregson. This is too much to take in. Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Harley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This certainly has been a night to remember. It is a bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. That's cute. Kind of.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Were you?
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
Yo, I'm just saying.
Absolutely delighted.
I'm just saying, if fucking Mikitoba was her dad, that implied Mikitoba fucks. Like, double fucks.
Oh, okay, I was about to say.
Double fucks!
I was about to fucking Are you serious, mate? His daughter's right there!
What? Really?
Oh, yes. Without question.
So you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw Runo onto the floor?
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll be glad to be your brother.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I have raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Oh, man. We're getting fucked tomorrow.
We're getting fucked tomorrow. You mean today?
Right.
Today is tomorrow.
You're right. Right, because I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now. Because it's for my big brother and big sister. What is this all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
Oh wait, hang on. I don't even need to do that as a noise.
You'll just have to wait and see. Oh.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'm gonna fucking die, guys. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing a new conundrums. The list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot, in which my best friend has somehow become involved. How did he get involved? Don't fucking ask me. I feel as though I've been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I feel so sure I should see the light again soon.
Okay. We're gonna be here for a while. Okay. We have 3 more testimonies just in the next part of court tomorrow.
Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadily fast behind me. That's awesome. I'm making sure I go in with our eyes open. Because everyone else has their eyes closed there.
There are 6 more testimonies and then we beat the game. Please don't
Fuck up.
I'm gonna be here until 3 a.m., aren't I? Well, on the bright side, we could always read Rose tomorrow.
Post haste.
Post haste.
Okay, before we begin today, I have a brief announcement.
Hedgehog is a mother. Hedgehog is. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch.
As of the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that this well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected Yard Inspector without a heart until himself perished in an assassination plot. I don't know if I still believe that whole Reaper thing, but okay. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Consuls, you will undertake this trial and with a resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. I'm sure you're having a similar internal monologue.
My lord, if I may inquire,
The defendant may speak.
on what grounds is Cosmo Stogie permitted to continue his role as a prosecutor?
Ooh!
Fucking roasted.
Going for the throat.
He is admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
Oh my god.
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
Oh!
You did what? In In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, it's all been leading up to this one day.
Kazuma.
Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment I was deemed. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper.
Damn, bro, you got the whole courtroom rolling.
He's still based.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's just like, oh yeah, I am fully aware what I did was wrong. Or I'm gonna tear you apart.
Kazuma bristling with hostility today.
Again, he's based, but blinded by anger.
Exactly. I give it the distinct impression that we're heading to a very dangerous territory. But when we aren't.
Is there really even Kazuma-sama standing for it?
Yes, just... as an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume?
Sure, fuck it!
Fuck it, why not? Yes, my lord, as always. It's my catchphrase, you know.
So, he's a yes man.
Quite literally.
In every aspect of the means.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. The Queen? Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeke. The defense is ready, my lord.
Prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. I agree.
I said the same thing on my playthrough.
Prosecutor Sogi, begin! It's like, dude, Ace Attorney fighting game. Can you imagine if Strongheart was like one of the voice judge guys? Like the announcer?
Dude, he, like, if you play the campaign, he's like the last third of the game.
Fucking sick.
Either that, or if he was a fighter, you'd stick out his cane like that right before beating the shit out of whoever opposes him.
Mm-hmm.
Capcom, get on it!
Cap.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
I like how most fandoms are just like, man, we really hate it when our company milks our franchise. And we're just over here like, content. Again, content.
We can't have our cereal without the milk. Milk us!
Seriously.
We're the mommies!
Oh no.
This is getting weird. Keep going. Bring Sashiro Jogoku into the courtroom.
Never thought I'd see a judge stand at the fucking witness stand.
You never thought you'd see a judge fucking murder a guy, did you? Dude, judges are whack in this game. Judges became immortal, judges witness murder, judges execute murder, judges plan murder, judges take witness stands. The list can keep going.
Alas, we've reached the final battle, which is ironic considering next game doesn't really have many judges.
No, don't listen to Rinosuke. This ain't the final battle, Chief. This is Core Part 2. There's a trial Part 3. Don't worry.
Clickbait.
Clickbait.
Clickbait in our home.
But we're not clickbait. We're sitting here until this is done. I'm gonna want to fucking kill myself tomorrow because I have to get up at 9, and it's currently almost 1. But this is worth it.
He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. So are we! Well, mostly him, but... Come on, Rinosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Right.
And by that I mean, I'm gonna do everything but tell you the answers.
Awesome.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena? I did what was necessary.
Wow, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day you'd take that tone with me, I must say. 2 judges I voice in the same fucking room, it's weird.
You see why he gave him to you? He's the only dude on this stand right now.
The witness will ensure his response are pertinent to the questions asked.
I get to eat, bro.
My name is Sashiro Jigoku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he also is currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here out of all places. I was declared innocent. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Talk about the fucking glow Yes, and full of self-importance, like your friend across the courtroom, I see. Judge line! Ha, get it?
He's like evil Judge Line, be like.
There's two evil judge lines.
Which one's the lesser of two evils?
You'd already know my answer. The one on the stand. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. Gosh, I miss Santa Judge.
You miss what?
Santa Judge.
I bet you miss me, bitch!
Immortal Judge.
Is he immortal?
Yes. Did he die? Oh no, they killed Judge. But his bloodline lives on. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself! What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited guest may be questionable etiquette. My decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
What a fucking coward.
So you're still calling him out?
I beg your pardon?
Have you noticed I gave you both judges, which both are villains?
You only want the good boys.
No, I want both of these bastards, but balance. A small price to pay for me to still be funny judge. The case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tied in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this food to the very end, too.
We're gonna melt the fuck out of that for it, aren't we?
Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sejiro Jogoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
A little too easy.
Believe it. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained four names.
You're gonna love this one.
Kayasogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it! You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you?
What's this all about? Why's my name on that list?
This list of four names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kayasogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins.
No.
A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Shut up! The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Ashin, a professional killer sent on a mission from Great Britain.
A-Shin and her victim Jay Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Sogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
Turnabout immediately. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. He does not look happy.
Judge Jigoku?
What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassin mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Rinosuke.
I just have friends in good places.
But actually, how do you want?
Huh?
The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sashiro Jigoku's mark came entirely from you.
Ooh. Ah! You really believe voicing a name? The defense claims these four names indict some sort of international assassin. Indicate. Fucking. Well, the line. Okay. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that very idea seems utterly absurd.
Once again, I regret not taking this guy for myself.
Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
Holy crap, yet another parallel. I had Gamp.
Yep.
Son of a bitch. It just doesn't stop.
His silence only goes to prove he's guilty.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson... By the way, do you want one of these?
Nah, I'm okay.
Okay. The scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge lied. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. Do you feel you would put yourself in contempt of court? There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin's exchange in the events of the night on 31st October. Present your formal testimony now! As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson, now the condition of the British study tour. Holy fuck! However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Do we have the evidence from them? From Sholmes and... There was a gun, there's literally a bullet hole in your fucking room.
Well, I hope you're thinking about it, because guess what? What? You don't have to press anything.
Cool. So he admitted then, as his communication suggests there was an assassin exchange argument between... Arrangement, jeez. Between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest level. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody into commit murder? It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
So he had a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted his mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Gosh, I didn't think he'd be this fucking evil.
That's exactly why I thought giving them to was freaking hilarious. Kajima-san?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart. He's up there. He's fucking up there. He's right there, dude. I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassination exchange of defenses identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
Fuck you mean. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't perish aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Duh! Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London. The Monsters no shoot. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeke. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that
We gotta get you like a glass hammer or something like that. Or a gold one.
to think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealing.
You didn't even say it right even after I just said it. Machiavellian. Imagine if I sat here and waited for you to fucking pronounce that one.
We'd be here for a while.
Oh my gosh, not in a million years did you have gotten Machiavellian.
Never even heard of the word.
I have.
From what?
A lot of old things, Gavin. You won't understand.
Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Yeah. Might I get a sign now and point towards them, why don't you? But be that as it may, it is not the place of the court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. I thought we wanted the whole truth, buddy. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Now that he's actually judged, I'm having more fun with him.
Yeah.
Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. And by that I mean fuck off.
When you first took him, you're like, I don't know what to do with him. He's sitting here. Oh, he'll figure it out.
Now I just gotta find the spot.
There's actually two statements you can do this. Yeah, you might want to save.
Wait a minute. Got it. Objection.
Statement 5 also would have worked.
Oh, the one all done?
But hey, you got it. I'm not complaining.
Yes, as the court has heard, there were the crewmen posted outside of Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the god wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? Shout to Sholmes, man. Shout to him. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Harlock Sholmes. You were acquitted yesterday. Acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Gotcha. Acquitted? I've been spending too much time in court. Sherlock Holmes again?
This is bullshit.
According to this
Itinerary.
itinerary,
Oh my goodness, you would have had your ass whooped if I were any more patient.
after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Gross were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Jumping right into the subject.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity? That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing.
20 minutes is more than 19 minutes, therefore not nothing.
It's more than 19, therefore I am correct and you're fucked.
It's gotta be that.
Because witness clear statement testimony that no incident occurred in this cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show this testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Very true! You're wrong, defense! I don't know, I just find it funny.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel.
Okay, you're gonna actually have to examine something first. Do you want me to tell you what they examined?
Am I on it?
Actually, yeah.
You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's popped the top in the pocket. Watch you twist to
Oh,
see
wait,
if
no, you are. Kind of.
It's called a crown ring. Watch how we fight for girls.
the crown? Like, what's this on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny crown. Well, actually,
Yes, Mr. Naho?
if this is your crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, and I'm sure you have.
I think you know what to do next.
And go to the pocket watch. What do you think, Mr. Jitel?
I feel sure I know exactly what we should do.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to shoot our little round component. It's actually part of Inspector's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Ours pretty cool.
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
If this were a modern Ace Attorney game,
We're gonna talk about the professor case because it's statute of limitations ends tomorrow.
yeah. I make a note of this.
New information at once.
I wonder what to present now.
Take that!
Bailiff, take this evidence and incinerate it. Oh wait, that's you. I'm used to reading charts, okay?
I know. Bailiff, take this evidence and incinerate it. Holy shit. No, that evidence was presented after careful consideration, my lord.
Then I suggest you take a little longer over your deliberation in the future.
We fucked up.
This one's kind of rigged. You're supposed to present the component, not the watch. Because the component was found in his cabin. Though it goes with the watch.
Whatever!
That one's kind of on me. I forgot about that small little detail.
It's whatever.
Just keep going. Otherwise you may find...
He's right, we haven't had an incinerator.
It looks like a ship poster and spit up. He's like... Like, you can just hear during his animation of him getting, like, thrown out, he's just like...
Judge,
I could have done that better.
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. That fits him. What is that, the crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely just that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Goku's cabin tells us the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Goku. The Goku.
Well, you're rather sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
The only thing I'm murdering is your reputation.
Expertly maneuvered, Rinosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first.
Great.
But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What? I swear, that's like my only line when I talk to you.
And I believe Judge Goku feels the same way, because the power base, it just shuts you down, man.
I was wrong to quit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I know there was on anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world. You a ridiculous bombast. What the fuck? Yeah, we have such a good justice system over there.
That's kind of why a few characters' goals is to, make it better.
I think it's clear. So the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renowned testimony, I'd like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. But exactly what happened in the cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing
Obviously, he's up this whole time.
What the fuck was that a few lines ago? I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Sai. What?
Ippon is correct.
Ippon Sai throw.
Soy.
Throw.
I think it's supposed to be pronounced almost like soy, but with more steps. Soy.
Throw, though. He couldn't wait to return after that. To run after that. Sure, yeah, he said run. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. What he said. Ippon Sai. The common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Rinosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
What?
The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. This no way proves that the victim's murder took place there.
Ah! Just let me start my testimony. Cross
Cross-examination.
I have no
Speaking
doubt.
of which,
What's up?
I gotta get that information. Keep going.
I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
No!
Is it a lot?
No, you have to press, but only one statement. Thankfully.
Cool.
I just hate that you have to press. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Actually, no, fuck it. Press statement 5.
Thanks. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense so far as I can tell.
You can suffer on the objections, but this shit, I'm not. I gotta wake up in like 7 hours, man.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Goku will have deemed to have no involvement in this case. Well, counsel, I really see no ways the defense as a legal legal right to a cross-examination.
Hang on, let the man finish.
I see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. I missed the part where that's my problem.
I missed the part, but that's my problem.
Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examination, and I don't intend to squander that. Based attorney.
Phoenix Wright based attorney.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Nah, I won't know when I'm beaten until you're on the ground. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
See, Gavin, if the man was so evil, why would he be so willing to let you do your job, huh?
Because legally, you have to.
I know, I'm just screwing with you. I can't, you think I'm hiding this fucking conspiracy at this point? I will tell you, the conspiracy's not all there.
I'm partly there.
You're missing a few details.
Hold it. But there's no evidence that proves the victim returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think the idea of yours through now, stripling. Stripling?
You hit 5, right?
Yeah. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain on the same spot. It's a devilish of a thing. Well, then, obviously, the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Dude, your fucking suitcase literally contained you. You know how fucking big you are? Well, yes,
in the case, right?
that's true, but... basically they stored him in the freezer, and then by the time it was time to move the body, they put him in the suitcase. Oh, and when we met up with Judge Joku, Gregson's body wasn't there. In the picture. Gregson's fucking... Ryunosuke has every right to be fucking... Holy shit, Gregson's right there! We should send this picture to some random ass people that have never played this game before and ask how many people are in the picture.
Oh no, don't do that! Don't do that! That's like some cryptic bullshit! That's terrifying! It's like one of those, like, when you see it, you'll shit bricks. You ever seen those images? Those are actually terrifying. Like, someone will have, like, a face in the window or something like that. Oh, I hate those. That used to be one of my greatest fears, is photos that aren't right.
That's one of them. That's fucking one of them.
Except that one is more lore-based than visual-based.
Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain.
Ugh, that's killed the idea then.
But perhaps not.
This is a attempt.
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body at sea.
Yes, that's true.
I love you, Susato.
So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord.
One judge to another.
Hey, yo, up top, man, it's all good.
Yeah, my homie, I got you. Just, puts the staff downwards.
That's fucking awesome. And where's the other judge? Oh, he's stuck with this new dang-fangled contraption. Monkey bars in the back.
Oh, we put some monkey bars in this bedroom.
He ain't leaving.
For a while.
He ain't leaving. Oh.
It's like, how when somebody runs over their dog, they gotta break it to the kid, and they just ran away to a happy place.
The judge ran away to a happy place?
The judge ran away to his monkey bars.
I hope he's not dead. I hope you're lying to me.
Actually, also, you know what else I'm sad about?
What?
Literally, just yesterday, Dylan can attest to this, I literally ordered a staff online, an extendable staff. That literally, it's like the size of my palm. I had
Like
like a
Stronger?
button for fucking Stronger. If it arrived sooner, I realized I could have given you the damn staff for Stronger.
I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. You cool, dude. There's no way I could possibly. Give it a minute.
You can kill yourself.
That face won't go the long way. Hold on, look at that.
And an accurate, a reasonable reaction to being told to kill yourself.
There's no way I possibly could have.
Cope. That's right. Cope. Cope, Your Honor. Your Honor, cry about it.
Oh, wait a minute. But I think you gave me the answer.
Yeah, I did. I gave you the fucking answer by accident.
There's no possible way you could have moved the Inspector Greggson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Well, we're going through. That's two so far. Far from being impossible for you to do.
That's also.
The transporting of Inspector Greggson's body back to Britain, something only you could do.
What are you talking about, Rinosuke?
As well as being a judge of Mr. Jigoku, who is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. Judge line. Fuck, I should have screenshotted that one!
Damn it, Gavin! Come on!
We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Oh, look at him smiling back there.
How happy he was back then. How happy we were back then.
Just last week. Well, those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your Minister of Status. You didn't have to go through any of that. Did you? How do we not smell a corpse in this?
How do we not what?
Smell a corpse. Or the order just being really concealed?
Remember,
well?
it's airtight.
Oh, it's airtight.
Remember, because he only had so much air. Either that, or it's very, very, very small airflow. He wasn't there that long.
That's true. Haha, I knew you were jealous. Not even laugh.
Also, well, I'm sure you know this by now, but he obviously froze the body.
True.
So it's probably still thawing.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku, how Gregson's body was treated really wrong. Gregson's body was treated like very harshly.
Yeah.
The photograph we took in the foyer, oh, that's so fucked up.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very disturbed with this picture afterwards. Look at his face.
Judge? Yeah. Look, Rinosuke has every right to be fucking. Ugh.
Those two had no idea though. They're just so innocent.
As the court will know, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
But Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting.
I'm afraid I am. Yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting, innocent me with a new arrival from Japan in the hotel.
You know, when we thought nothing had happened yet?
Gregson was already fucking dead. The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
That's really fucking disturbing, isn't it? I had to hide that.
Order! Order! Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel. That's a grown man's body could fit inside the largest travel... even the largest travel trunk. Dude, he was a big-ass man when he met.
He doesn't know.
We're gonna stop. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku?
But inside his trunk? How horrifying!
Yeah, seriously, holy fuck. That has whole new context to that scene. Ugh.
Dude, I got like 3 shivers down my spine in that scene.
When we were playing through it?
I had to hide that. Like, I don't... If you... Once you get the 2 dudes, 1 court throughout this, I literally am dropping hints constantly about this entire endgame. Because he'll look at me and be like, you know, it's just like, oh, geez, I hope nothing goes wrong. And then some scene like that, be like, we don't even have a case yet. The second you look away, I look at the camera like... and you'll never know until you fucking see it. It's so good. I'm like fucking Jim from The Office. So constantly.
And after we spoke with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you have the opportunity to visit the apparent scene of Frenzo Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Oh, but you do. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the truth of the time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Okay, tough guy, where the fuck's the refrigerator? Yeah.
We're not even reading that!
No, because I already said it.
Oh.
I said, look, I already said it. Where the fuck's the refrigerator?
I didn't know you were improvising his dialogue like a true judge would.
I'm working on it.
Well, remember, if you improv, he's not so much a villain anymore as he is a shitpost.
He's a villain that's shit posting him in the face. I like it.
Also, I didn't pick up on your accent too much, so usually you're more pronounced with it. But you're just like, okay, tough guy, where's the fridge?
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found in is in large ocean liners.
Again, you could always shitpost as judge.
The judge right there. What? Oh, yeah. Such ships are equipped with electrical refrigerator cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. And the SS Grouse is no exception.
Gross!
Gross! That's like a Pokemon. Professor Mikitoba...
It's like a Pokemon!
Professor Mikitoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Goku. The Goku. You don't like the nickname I gave you? However much longer you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. Gosh, I wish we had that in like so many other fucking scenarios in these games. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Deal with it.
Cope. Cope. That's right, Cope.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a very wise move, letting Yosogi and you embark on the study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Shikoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand.
Yeah, you fucking murdered a guy, dude.
Defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for you to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime?
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard.
Well, you're barely involved in this right
I'm not gonna lie, Cosmo seems a little irrelevant.
Right now, yeah.
For a while, anyway. As the accused, Barak von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range.
Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
Ooh, that's my bad.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. Oh, that's such a good fucking, thank you for biting back.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claimed that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Frenzo Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim.
I'm not gonna lie, this is a very small detail that you're gonna have to recall a while back to remember.
Okay. Nothing recent, then. This gun has almost had nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. You saved, right?
Take that!
Good.
Cool, racing. Anyway. Part of me wants to present the pocket watch.
Take that!
Ugh, never mind.
That was weird. You
Yeah.
can still hear the sound for a second.
Yeah. So I gotta think back to the actual, the actual stream itself. Gosh, this was such a small part of this. Forget, what is this?
That winds up the watch.
Oh! Okay. Never mind then. You look so happy. This!
That was a suddenly
that!
strong conviction.
Oh. Never mind. I just remember there's a bullet hole.
Bullet hole?
Yeah. Oh. No, there wasn't. There was only a bloody hand.
You good, man?
I'm
You
losing
hit a
track.
head, buddy?
Yeah, throw me a hand. How far back are we talking?
Like when you first found the rope, you know, that kind of works as the white tape to show that the body was there. There's something off about it.
I'll try it.
Take that!
Really? Really?
Don't worry, it makes sense.
A photograph
I'm
of
just not seeing it yet.
photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. I did think that was weird when we first saw that. If Mr. Gershon had been shot in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Good point.
Because you know his body was shoved in it.
Good point. Honestly, even like last week when I saw this, I was like, that's a weird ass fucking tape.
That's exactly why I said you have to recall a while back.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
That's probably the most logical argument he's had the entire time.
Yep. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Yagoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. Oh, this is some classic attorney shit. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh! Which begs the question of, why the victim's body is curled up in that way? Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting that the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of his arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk.
No! You're quite right. The shape of the body. Looks exactly as if it's been confined or kept in a confined space.
Poor Gregson. Judge Agoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh! Do it, tough guy. Ugh! Present my trunk? I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. Good luck, I'll use my cock. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there's blood in your trunk.
Yeah, refusing to present is basically a confession. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... Objection! Shut the fuck up.
You know, usually I feel like you're like angry out of nowhere, but that one felt really nice. Shut the fuck up. You know that would never fly in actual court, right?
Yep. If I ever was a lawyer, I'd have to bite my fucking tongue.
Yeah.
At this moment, you're not a government minister.
Oh, come on! I moved my head back a little too far.
I'll do this for you.
Thank you.
You all...
We still have viewers? I was about to say we don't even have viewers, so it's not like we have to look at it.
Let them stay.
Yeah, you guys are more than welcome. I just... we're not used to people talking, you know?
You are a witness in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh. Get absolutely fucked, dude.
I think he actually banged it into with music. I think I went bum, bum.
Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be?
You can't be serious. You did it?
You fucking monster. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi?
What? Very understandable reaction.
No, he's the one going what? Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country.
Hang on, before... What? Okay, yeah, before he continues, can you guess what he's about to say? Come on, you know he's attorney. What is he about to say? I brought the body,
But I didn't kill the guy.
But I didn't kill the guy.
That's how we have 6 of these.
That's how we have 6 of these?
Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What?
You?
Dear God, outrageous! So it was you. You admit to... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. You're gonna have to pry the rest out of me, attorney. You suck.
You suck!
Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection.
What on earth is that cryptic statement?
Even Strawheart's like, what the fuck, man? What on earth is that cryptic
If the main
statement?
villain has no idea what's going on, you know it's bullshit.
What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You still can't deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man, huh? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh, come on, man.
Oh, they hog.
That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. Dun dun dun. Yeah. Dude, we're all banging.
Never thought you'd stoop to this, Shiro Jigoku.
You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't dead end. This isn't as dead end as it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that could have been murdered by Prosecutor Sogi is impossible.
Look at you, you didn't even hesitate.
Well, if I'm believing in Van Zeke, I have to believe in Kazuma. It's what a good defense attorney does. I'm defending my friend. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you some things you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that the logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is. No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What? Now you're going wrong. The court will only accept an argument that's supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that you allegedly demonstrate the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? I think I got it, but I'm gonna stay with it. Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Oh no.
I didn't even see what you used, to
The
be honest.
trunk.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright.
Sorry? I lost. Never mind.
You're gonna make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo!
That's you every fucking turn with this game.
Especially earlier.
No, open.
What are you going for?
The tip of curve. This is how it was broken. Kazuma Sogi should have been second to none. I can't believe you can misjudge it.
Clearly, he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power to stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. Come on. They didn't update it? Okay then. Maybe it's Kurama stuff. Take that! Come on! Really?
You're looking at this from the wrong angle.
He missed! He didn't go through with it if though that blade would be bloodied.
were traveling by sea, you probably could have just crossed them off. I don't know.
You'd go through the trouble of washing off the piece of metal.
Again, Kevin, you're looking at this from the wrong angle. I don't... Listen, I'm confused. If I'm confused, you know you're not doing something right.
Okay, then. The impossibility of his... No, it's not Genshin, it's movie. Okay. Notice this entire row. Maybe it's the fact that it's a fucking gun. Mm-mm. These soggy papers.
Take that!
Oh. Damn it.
I remember that line. The
What?
weeping.
Yeah, what about it?
That implies I chuckled this one too.
That's fair. Okay then. Pardon me.
Take that!
Ugh. I really thought the blade would have been the evidence.
Again, you're looking at this from the wrong angle.
How so?
You're looking for his involvement in a non-murderous intently way.
Okay.
Why don't you look for something that proves that he wasn't involved at all?
Okay, so that proves he was involved. Involved. Maybe. Maybe.
What makes these maybes maybes?
Well, the fact that they were found in Judge Jigoku's cabin, nothing to do with Kazuma.
Take that!
Ugh. Well, it was a maybe for a reason. Telegram from Infected Hildenaga. Well, that would prove his involvement. I already presented this. I really wish it was right. Oh, this has nothing to do with it. I really think this has to come up sometime. I'm a little confused here, but...
Take that!
Cool.
Oh, it was the other maybe. This itinerary for the crew members of the SS Grouse. My lord, this is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Goku, the moment you fuck me, I'm sorry.
The moment you fuck me, I'm sorry.
The moment you... That sounds like an Ace Attorney blooper.
I know, right?
The moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in
Don't
your cabin.
forget, Judge is canonically a pedo in the bloopers.
Hold on. I forget. What's the blooper that actually says that?
I don't remember exactly what caused it, but he's like, yeah, I'd play with your tits. And I think it was a kid. I think it was someone of younger stature. We'll put.
The itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why?
What?
Okay, I'm gonna fucking piss quick and I'll be right back. I've been holding.
Hold it.
Never mind, bathroom's occupied, I'm good. Were you gonna delete one of my things?
I don't know. I was just gonna browse shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what do you think I'm gonna do? Drink your stuff? Not today. You're safe for now.
What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry will then guard outside your cabin door. Motherfucker! As long as he
We're
was,
having trouble today.
as long as he was there, nobody could fire a shot inside the cabin.
Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate.
So tell us that crime must have taken. So that tells us that crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Oh, and Kazuma. Now, clearly, the murder could have only been committed by someone who was already aboard the vessel at the time. The prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings. I forgot about this. This is a flashback.
I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and I returned to England the following morning.
Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. But Kazuma Sogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. Unless you want to prove he was there, but you can't do that. Who's holding me?
Hold it! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
Judge saying, hold it.
What do you mean? That boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked from the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby in the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... Objection! No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, cousin? Get him.
As defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. An extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
Get fucked, Griffith.
Oh no,
There's no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge or... You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. That kind of reminded me of Gam. You killed Tobias Gregson.
There's like 3 Gants right now.
There's 3 of them.
Which one of these is not like the other?
And transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on the Friendo Street and made it look like the murder had happened there.
And dumped the body in the river.
That's what really happened, isn't it? Shijiro Jigoku.
Oh, you almost screwed that one up.
It was a damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. I'm a victim.
Did he actually say that, or did you
I made that up.
Oh, I looked away for a second.
Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Ah! Oh, he broke it.
Again.
Oh, oh! It's over. My life is over.
That's kind of usually what happens when you kill somebody.
True.
Remember, kids and adults, don't do bad things. It's really not that hard. That is hard to avoid.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. I'm just reading in Riono's kid's voice to be safe. I don't know who this is. Judge, fuck me. The assassin exchange requested from Judge arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. The things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you find yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time and caused him this place. Man, Sholmes really fucked you up, huh? That left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was a but. There was but a single opportunity for me to do so. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be the safest to carry out a plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. Your counterpart is in this room, right? To lure the man, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. A sham. A sham?
A sham.
I know. I realize that. Sham? What? The Reaper.
Not what?
Oh, so it's a habit. I'm sorry. I've been slamming
There's
all
only
day.
one person who could have done that.
Listen, I'm voicing one judge, two judge, and Riono's good. I'm a slammer.
One judge, two judge, one. Wait, one judge, two judge, new judge, no judge.
Ace Attorney tier list, but there's nothing but the judge.
There's like 4 of them.
5, I think.
Who's the 5th one?
3 from this game, 1 in the original series,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and Canadian judge.
And technically the one in the last game or whatever.
Yeah. He's a different judge.
I'm not gonna like that judge. It's not the funny man.
I should think investigations have another one too, but I'm not sure. 7. Holy crap. There's only one person. Oh, did you read that?
Yeah, I read that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Ah, come on!
So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission, and dolefully,
I'm surprised he doesn't just rat them out anyway.
right? He's already fucked. And infiltrated my cabin on the steamship, but with all a trap designed to lead him to France, and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him the time to attack me. I choked on him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him off by strangulation, but moments after I had the chance, he suddenly came around and he went for me in a reckless move. Gregson. I had received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. That's fine, kind of little bit. I never imagined I'd use it for something like that. So, the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged the body to be discovered in the room on Frenzo Street. Young judicial system over there has already answered that question. There was no way I could take the body on deck to throw it all over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before that first cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then dude, nothing bad good ever happens in these fucking ships, dude. Anyway, and then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone. Oh wait, did we have a different name for him? I don't remember.
I don't know, we said humongous. I don't know, we went back and forth on it.
From whom he would take his police identification. Ah! I decided the man was the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yeah. Yes, I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived in the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the nose board, and set up my little candle trick. So I arranged it so the firecracker would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. And why was it specifically at 5? Because that's the time fucking Strongheart was sent Van Zeke. Was that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into our trap? Oh. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't know that had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket for the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Keyword is I. Now you got it. I've heard enough.
I've seen enough.
I'm satisfied. We arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors.
Damn, I can't believe we hit the end of the game like that.
Yeah, right? Strongheart, maybe you were a good guy after all. I didn't have to suss you at all.
Glad I was here to make sure that justice was served.
Goodbye, my people need me.
Dun-dun-dun.
The witness will be tried in the coming days. Now I think the bathroom's available, so I have to fucking go. Just go ahead and throw some photos of whatever you're gonna do.
You heard him there? Now, let's see upon some memories. How many of these are just from today? That's new to me. I see. It's hard. So damage is done. Infernal lust. Well, there's no sound for us anyway. Much better. Let's see, what else have I missed?
Okay, what do we got? Oh, Ninja Sholmes!
Is that Ninja from Fortnite?
I forgot about that, to be completely honest.
That's awesome. For such a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. But I don't know why you don't rat me out now for that, but why not?
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Guys, we don't know who the other half is. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Thank you, Ryunosuke! Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you can say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough!
I've already told you. That I cannot say. What? What would be worse? You're already going to the gallows, probably.
Probably. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the wileful murder of Tobias Gregson. Wow! That's a terrifying sight. You're playing judge, jury, and executioner right now. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you shall be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. What about my client? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has been therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, you're not very happy about that.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Nahoda.
We're not done. Yes, thank you.
It's something wrong.
I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries
Then what are we doing now?
as a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for the formal education. I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zeke. He's gonna
Objection!
knew it. Saw that coming.
On the pub? The prosecution calls for an education to be deferred.
Counsel.
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position.
What?
Judge Shigoku's already confessed! Nevertheless, Barak von Zeke has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Shishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
What I want to know is who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim with the friends having been ordered on a mission for Reaper only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man on the dock, Baron von Zeke, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What? Haven't done that in a while.
Order! Order!
The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zeke's very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeke. Wow, I didn't even do anything then. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains causing the silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeke's unwittingly started 10 years ago. Oh, here we go. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. That's fucking terrifying. They're just whiting themselves.
Actually, hang on. I gotta get my glass for that. No, don't touch the couch. I got one cup left.
Make it count.
Pray turn a blind eye to discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hollow chalice.
Lord Van Zeke!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it.
There we go.
I'm just gonna ask you to stop with the box, okay?
So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. I figured that wouldn't last long. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeke. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as a primary witness.
Can you, like, stop it with the box? Holy crap.
Come here. Come on.
There you go.
You can be more than someone else. You're in the way. Stop. In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
Clearly. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend.
Then let's do what we must.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Let's do this. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand. and to give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
Let's get him. By him, I mean Kazuma, with strong heart.
I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange.
So you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you are the mastermind behind the Assassin Exchange.
I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, it's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes? That's one for the book.
Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom?
I desire to uncover the truth.
Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty?
It won't. From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth.
I want you to remember what you just said.
Okay then. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Ah, yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out.
Sorry, my heel. I just smacked it on the couch.
The contradiction that you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony.
What's my battery?
So, is there a specific step, a press, or do I just go ahead?
So what you're gonna do is, you don't even have to press anything.
Figured.
This one's kind of
Fucking mean. Hold on. I've never taken life of another, nor...
You want me to tell you where to present?
Where?
You're convinced already? You might want to say.
At least I think so.
Objection!
Okay, never mind. Where do I go? I thought it would be better. I was convinced. I was convinced that would be kind of mean. Okay then. Oh, it might be, here. The point is, no common set exists between myself. Greg. Oh. Oh. Well, that's Clint. Never mind. Gregson's now.
It's gonna be fun.
I should have taken your offer. I don't think Fancy does anything to do with the telegram, does he?
No, it's not a...
Okay. Maybe I'm going down the wrong line of questioning.
You actually almost had it at the beginning.
Right here?
No, not that beginning. I'm at the second beginning.
This beginning?
Yeah, you mentioned Clint. I
Oh.
did say this one's kind of mean.
Oh. Yeesh.
Objection!
But it is a contradiction, nonetheless.
What is this? An autopsy report? How many of those do we see? What? This is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from undeniable truth.
Order in the court! What
You're
reason?
gonna love this.
What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at that time autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. For a member of the
Go ahead.
redacted for funny later, like Lord Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable.
Mr.
Lord
Arsarchy?
Clint Van Zeeks.
Arsarchy? Arsarchy. Arsarchy! I got it. Yeah. No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing... Please stop. I have a family. Hold on, can you give a second read of my line right there?
I said redacted. You didn't even have to try, but you decided to anyway. Just in case it helps. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's a... Wow!
He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And, ironically, it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved how Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind.
Indeed. That was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes.
Indicting.
Indicting? Oh, come on. And the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. I don't feel like he feels as marvelous.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated?
Oh, we have fun. Oh man, this kind of plotline, we love these. Shutakami fucking loves this. Fabricated evidence, he loves this plotline. Holy shit.
The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death.
Who did he name off? An inspector, the coroner. I can't believe two of those. More so in the coroner, though.
Wait, do you mean like the coroner didn't?
No, the coroner as in, like, was fully prepared to make fake evidence.
Oh, okay. That's outrageous!
And I could see Gregson to a lesser extent. Yeah. He's kind of done sussy things before, but not like, he obviously didn't have bad intentions.
Yeah, you see, my motive, headcanon, for Gregson is exactly as he said in episode 5. He said, ladies and gentlemen, jury, all I will tell you is that I did so for the best interests of my country.
That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's been doing. And I believe that even though he's dead.
So I think this is actually very similar to Edward's Back to Rise from the Ashes. Where everyone else around him fabricated the evidence, gave it to him to present. Kind of what happened with him. Yeah. Same writing.
He just took a story and put a spin on it. Now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector in the corner had to be silenced, isn't it?
Man, I feel like out of like any classic Ace Attorney trilogy case, I feel like Rise from the Ashes, when it comes to this game, is the one to reference the most.
By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassination exchange.
Here we go. Gosh, we need something more stable.
Or just don't hit it as hard.
If I bought an actual table there, would that take up more space,
Or
or...
you have an actual table, you just gotta clear it off, man.
Okay. I'll have to find a place to put everything on it. Some of it's garbage anyways, but... Yeah. Order at once!
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. Okay, I just gotta keep an eye on this battery. To be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. Oh shoot, I got a point.
Hey, your last glass.
I hope so. There it is, folks.
I'm taking a screenshot to commemorate the occasion.
If he has another glass, I'll just probably pour water. Alright, that'll work. Maybe some good tea. You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However,
There we go.
he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see without evidence. There's nothing more than nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What? I got shot every time I say that. That was my new catchphrase.
As the court has heard, I crossed the Channel de France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Shishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and the knowledge that what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jijoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kuruma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Guess what you get to do?
Gregson!
Right, I see. You're that Sogi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it?
That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all.
Before we get on to it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind.
See, that really matches with what we said. He believed that dude was a fucking psychopath. They just didn't have the evidence to prove it.
But unfortunately, back then,
We didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admitted then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated?
it was for the good of the country.
We know Gregson very well.
I respect Gregson. If he knew he was wrong, he wouldn't have done it. But he did so because he believed in this country.
Yep.
Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
I'm not saying another word, Sunshine.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
But he didn't attack Gregson like I saw. He attacked the case.
He was pissed, so he took it out on something, just not a person.
Yep.
That's based.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man.
Wait a minute. And that actually makes a lot more sense, because these two are the only two that had knowledge of the fact that the professor evidence was fabricated. Oh. And so Jijoku and Strongheart sent these two to kill him. To wrap up any loose end. Okay. That makes sense.
The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Von Zeke.
Your target's slightly off.
He knows something's fucking wrong.
He's just misguided by his blind hate boner. In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins. That's gold coming from you.
Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself. You want to try that one before I do?
Lialized?
Yeah, Lie Eyes.
Lialized, okay.
Or Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. I'm surprised you got that quickly.
Ah.
Now. What kind of person was Clint? What?
Aristocrat?
There's another name for the group that's very close to that.
Aristocracy.
Son of a bitch.
You know what literally reminded me of it? I said it earlier and I told myself to remember later. Kingdom Hearts Arrow.
Aristocracy.
Ah!
Reno's gets his own schizophrenic dialogue thing going on. So it's like the theory of freaking Green Goblin, where he's like, oh, because like he remembers everything from before.
Yeah.
So he's like, but not because of him, but because of us. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be if that man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Von Zeke.
Just aim your finger to another direction and higher, please.
It's actually, I think literally, if you were to just switch it by a 180.
Boom!
Yeah, see? Well, actually, he's technically pointing at you, but they never bothered to rotate the models. Kazuma Sogi. What? What you just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago?
Oh boy.
I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What?
Let's fucking go! Based Von Zeke's? Based Von Zeke's?
I told you he was based from the start, man. He just didn't believe me.
He had to grow on me. He was a certain flavor.
I swear, there's not a single freaking character in the series who's not based.
Lord Von Zeke's?
I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
It's finally paying off. It's finally. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one person who could have done something like that. Oh my gosh. Images that precede legendary events.
That is simultaneously before and after a legendary event. That's brilliant.
I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. Oh, I've had that feeling for a while. The true...
I told you were gonna love this. I don't even need to fucking do anything. Go for it, man.
You've had this coming.
Oh, take that!
And now watch your downfall.
No, the only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy rulers. Oh my gosh, if this ever gets tuned in one courtroom, I want Link to put a little fucking mini montage of all the Strongheart moments.
In like black and white.
Yeah.
It's just, Jesus, it's stronger. And I'm just like, you know why I kept adamantly denying it, right?
Because it would ruin this.
It would have ruined it so much. But me trying to convince you it wasn't, not only ironically made you more sure of your freaking theory, but it also made it a lot funnier once you were correct.
Exactly. It strengthened my resolve. Don't listen, this case is doing it.
This is driving me insane. Is that
220.
Oh, thank goodness, I thought it said 323. I was about to say, alright, I gotta go.
The only person who could have arranged the assassin
We're
exchange
not even a trial by
and
jury.
manipulated the autopsy report, we're about to be there, is the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Mel Strongheart. You.
What? Lord Strongheart? Oh, you've waited so damn long for that.
This is the most satisfying moment of this entire fucking franchise.
Oh, I wish somebody were here to clip that.
Yes, it's true. Now, 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeke, had been killed. No, just checking in here to make sure everything's okay. Still in stream on? Cool. I can only assume this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. No. Well, Lord Van Zeke's.
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case.
It's just like Edgeworth. It's just like Edgeworth.
He's gotta be Edgeworth's descendant.
And that guy's even gay. The Rise from the Ashes parallels are insane.
What if Rise from the Ashes was good?
Oh, fuck.
I always said this was Trials and Tribs too. But
No.
what if it was just at Rise from the Ashes, but like really good and
Yeah.
didn't feel overly drawn out? We did feel like this took a while, but it was kind of. It didn't feel as dragged out.
This feels
We
fast.
made this fast, yeah.
This was only 8 streams, just for Rise from the Ashes.
They're long streams.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. If this was actually like the original streams, it probably would be like,
Half the time,
yeah.
technically.
So
From a certain point of view.
half the time for each stream would be like 16 streams or something. Ah, now can you imagine being on this game for like 16 weeks?
It would be fun, but not that fun. Dude, you know how many endgames might have been cut in half because we straight up actually would run out of time?
That'd be gross.
That would be gross. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined.
Dude, if we just like only did 4-hour streams, we would just reach this game.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you.
Oh, beautiful. That Van Zeke's part of the board.
Oh man, I hope Joe's coming back soon. I hope he sees this. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt, and the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial.
If they don't pop off now, I hope one day when the 2-to-1 courtroom version of this comes out, everyone pops off.
I see now. I was very much mistaken.
It was a huge influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. Yes! Oh! And that same force was felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Sashiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart. Everything falls in place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bay. You know, I didn't think he was the Reaper of the Bay, but it makes sense. I just thought he was a mastermind.
Well, I don't really believe in that Reaper of the Bay.
What are you gonna do? Fill that with water?
It's fine. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this formal accusal by the defense.
It doesn't war. Ooh, that didn't work out for the last guy. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusation? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy. Guys? Are we fucking looping? Are we? You're not gonna defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeke's autopsy. That's utterly untrue. Objection! Oh, not me.
I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it.
And where's your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
We're 100 years too early for that, Chief.
I feel like that's a meta life.
You mean to say?
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. In the course of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated, goodness gracious, by anyone or anything. Ah! We have evidence, calm down. I'm sure we do. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? And you want it that way.
So that was the real purpose of the assassination exchange.
I want to give Van Zeke's like a high five and a firm handshake. This court has no business of raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue to go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeke's autopsy.
I hope you know him.
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Seiss won't say anything against John, huh? But there's still one ray of hope. I have two ideas.
Objection!
Objection. I just don't know which one's the right one. Actually, you know what? I'm leaning more towards one than the other. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Rinosuke? Who? Tell me!
Kazuma,
Please. This trial can't end. Not yet.
That's a good performance.
Thank you.
I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the truth. Firm handshake, high five.
Handshake, high five. You'll find that exact same screenshot on my Switch, except I hit history first, so you have the context of the first line hitting the second line.
Fair. The person the defense would like to call this stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeke is...
Take that!
Am I off?
Denied. Yeah, you're off.
Okay, so I still have another one. Oh, where am I?
Did you even save before you did this?
No. Wait, I have an autosave. I'll load the autosave.
Hang on. That was 11 minutes ago, fam. You're just gonna have to tank the head.
I'll take it. Fuck me up, strong heart. Give me the best thing you got.
Why'd you lose all 4 of them? And you're like, what? What?
I haven't had a save in a bit.
That's because it's just been dialogue.
Alright, option 2.
Jeez. This is rough on you.
I thought he would know.
I mean, that answer is actually technically closer than the other one.
Okay then. You read the autopsy report.
Do I need to slap you?
No, maybe.
She read the autopsy report. Who wrote it?
Scythe is not. Wilson's dead. Wait. Sorry. Hold on.
You missed an entire plot point.
Yeah. Wilson signed off on it. But Mikitoba.
There you go.
My bad.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japan. Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
Or racist.
Till the very end. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord.
I mean, to be fair, in his defense, it is 2 Japanese dudes on his tail, and he's about to drag it all into it. He's like, you gotta be kidding me.
And there was a Japanese judge just in here.
Actually, yeah.
There's a lot of Japanese people. And this case is about a Japanese dude from 10 years ago.
You can at least understand that reaction.
At least he didn't call him Nipponese.
Yeah.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikitoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with my text audio gone, with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikitoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature, after all.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it.
In other words, Professor Mikitoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demanded that Professor Mikitoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something that only he can tell us. Shouldn't he be part of the gallery? The defense demand is denied. What?
Professor Mikitoba's in London at this very moment. We could summon him to stand in minutes.
No. Of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as it seems you've forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the mastermind minding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. No, Kazuma, you don't have to. You can change your stance.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. But that's exactly why we need witness testimony.
Let's go, beast man. Oh, he's not having it. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. What the fuck, man? Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. I think this guy's my favorite Ace Attorney villain.
He's a damn good villain.
Mm-hmm. The fact that he's not completely obvious, like they had to lay like a lot of clues for you to pick up along the way. I didn't start picking them up until this game. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Shiro Jigoku. And any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated and due by the proper authorities. Objection! But we all know what will happen. They'll just get it as the mastermind of the whole adventure time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi,
You'll be remanded following these proceedings willingly and trust, since you gave your word. This futile gamer revenge is over, young Master Asogi! Holy fucking shit. This will be all. I hereby declare this trial over. Who's saying over? Who is it? Game of Foot playing. Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once. Objection! Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Mr. Shiragoku before he fled from Europe. This court should hear what he has to say. Stay in your place.
Lord Mail, Stronghound, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
What my fucking hero over here.
I told you it wasn't done yet. I fucking love Sholmes so fuck. It's literally gotten to the point where I prefer Sholmes over Sherlock Holmes. It's literally gotten to that point. I fucking love him.
He might be one of the best versions of the character. Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall that your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being a Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. The defense and prosecution fucking disagree.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to prevarications of your superiors.
Ooh, a man of the people, let's go! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar.
Oh.
I love you, Sholmes. That has emerged from the shadows of this Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
Oh.
I love you, Sholmes!
It's like 4 or 5 really base characters in this room.
It just doesn't stop. This series is great.
The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right! The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. Bootlickers.
Well, somebody just said, but what will that really do?
I sense dark things will occur behind the scenes. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say it doesn't sense the same? What? The trial should have gone on! Summon the witness! That's right, we need to clear up this before the young Japanese fella ends up in custody! Look at his face! That's the place of a miracle. My lord! You assured those at present that you would uncover the truth here! Vindicate yourself out of these outlandish accusations! The truth! The whole truth! And nothing but the truth! That's the foundation of British law!
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Oh my god! See another beast man here?
I wish I had more wine.
On with trial! On with the trial! Testify! Oh my god! This is so fucking cool!
Well, my lord, you'll hear the voice of British justice, I take it?
Oh my gosh!
I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
Yeah! Oh. What do you got to say? The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of of shrinking from these allegations. He's still making that face.
Dude, he's fucking in shock.
Bailiff! Arraigned for the Zimponia.
Subpoena.
Subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentlemen arrive at the chorus, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikitoba's a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today. I was waiting in the antechamber as we speak.
Oh my goodness.
Don't forget it, Sherlock and Watson. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikitoba is here in this courthouse?
Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. It's Naoto!
Ah, yes!
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely! It's still in my pocket!
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course!
Please.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand! This might be one of my favorite moments in all of Ace Attorney. Oh shit.
We're not even at the end of it yet.
So-
We're only fucking halfway done with this court session and it's 2:44 a.m. I might as well not even sleep tonight. I might as well just stay up and write.
So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey.
You waited so damn long for that!
There's so many layers of like hype and baseness to this whole moment right here. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready.
This is the power of friendship, but done not cringe and awesomely.
I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to down me under. Let's fucking go!
Oh my gosh!
To be continued. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love it.
I knew she'd be here.
Everyone's here. Da, 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 da. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Now that I think about it, technically both people I presented showed up. Yujin Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yumi University in Tokyo, Japan. What the fuck?
Dude, she's fucking tall. I forgot how tall she is.
She's not a kid, despite like actually.
Dude, you think she's a kid because she still says mama.
And has dolls everywhere. No offense to people that. I mean, I don't know.
Oh. Self-awareism is very funny sometimes. And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you, is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Seiss, understand. She's like Dr. Seiss, but like cool.
but cool.
Yes, Dr. Seiss. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. I was gonna make a joke and say she followed me, but that's better.
Appeared.
She's fucking simping.
She's not simping.
What is she here for? The way she's looking at me.
She wants to cut him open, bro.
Really?
Yeah, she wants to murder him without the murder part. Oh yeah, sorry, I completely forgot. You summon the strange man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too?
Yeah, but Mama's a boob licker.
Your mom is cringe? I'm running out of insults that are family friendly.
That's about the size of it.
Yo mama's so cringe!
Your mom was so cringe she couldn't even hear the final case. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of this making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sykes that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary, and it's about to get fucking worse, I tell you. But we're gonna make it better. Just without you. Sure. You know what? We're gonna achieve your dream. Just without you.
What?
His dream isn't to like found a core based on like logic, reason, and science.
Oh, forensics.
Yep.
Yeah, I get it now. Okay.
We're just gonna do it without him.
And, you know, without a behind-the-scenes murder assassination
Man, yeah.
organization thing going on.
Mm-hmm. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we would wanted more perjury to be committed with it.
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
This will probably be done because it covers it.
I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been quite a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. She fucking looked at Adam again. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinus.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeke's.
I was, yes, and I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Assisted. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on the occasion. You know, you could have just stopped it at, like, man, you could have just kept it at sexism, but you just had to add the racism. For, like, a cherry on top.
He's taking it in stride.
Oh, no, he is. They're just used to it. That's unfortunate. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. But we're about to prove it with sheer skill.
Oh my goodness, I never noticed before, but when Ryunosuke has the note in his hand, you can see him slowly nod. It's so fucking hard to notice. I never noticed until now.
I have to look at that animation again now. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the document and signed it.
Fuck, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his instance, Lord Van Zeke's autopsy would have never happened. Insistence. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. You're hearing that. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was the result of the autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. That's a nice way to word it, buddy.
But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Poor fucking Cosmo, he's been eating up inside him now. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
See, I figured you'd be here. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness.
Could you imagine, though? Strongheart, we may not be able to beat you with the law because you are the law, but I can kick your ass and smash! Phoenix, right?
But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The The moment your testimony verges on superstition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Stand for our Stream Mule Anthem.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death
Wow,
result.
forgot about this.
Okay. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. Then I found a little strange.
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication.
Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear into testimony. Wow, that clears things up nicely! The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? He feels much more like Kazuma's villain. You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is fabrication!
No! He freely acknowledged it! I swear he did!
Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat! That man was clearly at his wit's end! The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Von Zeke's death. And with this testimony, we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Gosh, it's so fun to voice a villain. I've done it a couple times, too.
One of these days, I'm gonna get the villain. One of these
You
days.
got Matt on guard. And the killer. Wait, or did I get the killer? I forget. Who got the killer?
I think you did?
I think we did it to where it was balanced. But, oh wait, okay, you got Gant and Von Karma.
Well, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie, Von Karma wasn't as interesting as a villain as literally any other villain.
True, he's iconic, but he's basic.
Yeah, he's a very basic villain. He's like the foundation of what a villain should be in these games.
Yeah,
So he set a great example. It's just, once he set the foundation, like, a foundation holds a house up. You can keep building that house.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So eventually it became a freaking hotel.
I feel like with how much we memed with Gan, I feel like that took some of the impact out of the film.
It probably did, yeah.
Maybe that's why you don't feel it.
But we the entire time we never appreciated
It's the
Rise
truth.
from the Ashes as much as we should have.
True.
Like, I didn't think about it when I first, like, even back when I first played it, I hated it. The second Maya was gone, I lost interest. Like, Maya felt like my, you know, like my, almost like my guiding light.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as long as she was willing to do stuff, so was I. Well, then once she was just like, I gotta go, Nick, I wanted to leave.
Yeah, you didn't want to continue. You didn't even want to continue the series.
Yeah, and then I'm just like, you know what, I already paid for the game, might as well finish it, I don't have anything else to do. And then I fell in love with Emma. She was just so much fun. She was so gimmicky and I loved her. And then I appreciated it again. And then once we played it, we had fun with it. We focused on that aspect of fun more than the story, because we were still early in our stages of development
True.
of what we want to do with the series.
True.
And all those gimmicks, it made it fun. So we enjoyed it, but we didn't appreciate it.
True. Another thing that I really feel like contributes to us appreciating these games rather than like memeing on them, especially I feel this way with Ace Attorney 1 in particular, like, it's kind of like one of my regrets, is because since you and I both knew everything about that game, we didn't have to take it seriously.
But the thing, we still meme now, like, you know, the whole J. Jonah Jameson Spider-Man thing, but when we meme stuff like that, we put it in character. We try to keep it at least like a
Grounded.
gimmick that we can use to help voice act and make this fun for our audience, rather than just, if I may, my lord, business, strictly business. Strictly,
Exactly.
like, it'll be dead inside.
Exactly.
So make them feel unique, make them feel like characters, because this is Ace Attorney. things are gonna be wacky.
Right.
So we give them a little twist, make them fun, but still keep them in character. And that's why we're doing better now than we were then.
For sure, and I feel like the character in front of us is a great example of that. I have a villager gimmick with Mikitomo. That's fucking stupid. But you can still feel him grounded. He's still a character.
Yeah, he's just got that one little fun twist to him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, I think we've gotten way better.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, Suzuto's gimmick is one of my favorites. She's just so fucking passive-aggressive toward Iris, but completely normal elsewhere.
Yep, you play her straight everywhere else except with Iris.
Yeah, she's like, that's wonderful, Iris. You can feel her seething constantly.
With Van Zeeks, I feel like you don't even have to give him, like, a gimmick.
He has his own gimmick.
He is
I
the
just
gimmick.
exemplify it.
Exactly.
It's beautiful.
We
But
made
unfortunately, I ran out of wine.
Kazuma, like, a meme. We made him a little meme.
That's because we loved him to death.
True.
Dude, we weren't even wrong with him. He was based as shit. He was essentially the Batman. And now he's freaking even cooler. He's got drip.
True.
It's just, he's based, but he's just so blinded by anger.
Exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, you can take a look at this character list right here and, like, point out something about each of these characters. Like, but, you know, they're still characters.
Like, Hello Neighbor, he doesn't even have a gimmick. We just call him Hello Neighbor.
That's
He's
the
fucking
joke.
hilarious.
That's the fucking joke.
Yeah.
It also helps that his room is filled with, like, traps.
Yeah, which is so fucking funny. He's literally Hello Neighbor in like 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
I mean hard with Gregson, but, you know, we still feel for him. We still love Gregson.
His gimmick is his voice, just like
It's
Gumshoe.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Down with the power!
Down with the power! Wait, no, down with science! Rise with the power!
Exactly.
Don't even get me started on the two redheads.
These
Those guys were so much fun.
They didn't have to be here, but they did. They
They didn't have to do that for us, but they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I hated the lip guy, though.
He was so fucking annoying. Gossip sucks.
Not every gimmick is fun, guys. But
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe you have your own opinions. Maybe you thought he was funny with the,
Yeah, maybe you like me.
like, comically large spoon. Are you a fan of the comically large spoon? You got a comically large lip right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his name is a pun.
Pretty much. And like Sholmes, he's his own gimmicks.
He is literally Sherlock Holmes. There is no gimmick. Take off your clothes. I love him. I love him so much.
It's a good cast. It's honestly. She's funny on her.
She is kind of funny. Like she's like instant redemption arc.
I feel like we're gonna have a lot of good memories to talk about after this comes through.
I can't wait.
If I
I'm not gonna lie. The second we're done here, I'm either A, going to bed, or B, writing.
Yep. If I may, my lord.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna want to go to bed at some point.
There was the most certain.
I gotta wake up in 5 hours.
There was
6.
most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us. I feel, and also, I don't know. This is like something toward the community. So for the people that really watch us, like I guess Joe, Adam, Link, etc. Like they know we just don't do voice acting, and like they know we do put the voices in and for fun and everything, but they know we like put in the effort and the work for it. And
yeah,
like,
I know I'm not the best voice actor. Like you throw somebody you actually know as a voice actor out there,
I'm sure they'll do great.
like they would probably pull off anything we could do way better.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have a passion for it. I still want to try with it. You know, I feel like I have at least a fairly decent vocal range. So if you guys think I'm not doing good enough, tell me. But nobody stopped us yet. Some people have even said I'm pretty fun on these streams.
Oh, of course.
So yeah, I'll fucking take it. You know.
I'll never forget the time I think Link and Joe have each individually complimented your performance as shown, especially when you were doing a Dance of Deduction.
Which I can't do anymore because of green screen. But on the bright side, with the green screen,
You have the the headless horseman.
now you see me, now you don't. Wait, hang on. Literally, it's just it's just, it's about drive, it's about power, we stay hungry. This could be fun. This could be its own gimmick. But someday, but not today.
Not today. And there was most certainly something.
I need to use the bathroom.
Go ahead, I'm reading.
I'm waiting for the cross-examination to start.
Okay. There was something most certainly fuck me, dude. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
11%.
I beg your pardon. If you need a charge, I might have a charge on the fifth.
Nah, this thing's on battery saving mode. It's been living off 4% for like an hour and a half. I'll be alright.
Well, you're obviously aware of the fact of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeke, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough! I believe I warned you about this witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it enters the realms of superstition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? Have you fucking forgotten? I have a right. You know, you're gonna say it. Yeah! I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. Rule of thumb. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Inosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Huh.
Dash 35. Dash 35.
Very well. You may begin, counsel.
Counsel!
However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts,
The facts!
I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Caution!
Yes, my lord. I'll take
What
it.
he said?
I just told you.
I know.
He's only been gone for like 2 streams.
Yeah. He's fine. He's fine. He'll be back in the next game.
Really? I don't even know.
I'm gonna disappear into the abyss of the wall.
Zachary died.
I died. Could you imagine if I just walk in the camera and just fall like I'm G-Mod and just beep beep?
Oh. Well, I suppose I can try solving on my own for a second. Hold it! But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wondered how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Seiss, were in the stand, but... I've read of all the paperwork about the case, and Mama told me the story countless times. The statement just made it exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, that's true. Besides the stab wound there was no other signs of internal trauma. Judge that. Mama told me about it. All about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did finish an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory! What was it?
Hold it!
I'm pressing statement 4.
Oh, thank goodness that was the right choice.
I pressed 3 first, but now I'm on 4.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well. Oh my goodness. Wicked Witch West. I'm kidding.
What?
Wicked Witch West.
Oh.
All because she said the word wow, which is a funny YTP reference. Anyway, it was sparkling round with a hole.
Oh my
Like
kitty.
slip over a finger, perhaps? It was a ring.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring. Inside the victim's stomach?
That's disgusting. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the Dictius Quartus of his left hand, and the fourth or ring finger.
Wait, no, maybe you're right. Maybe it was Digitus.
I don't understand it was some sort of keepsake. Every time with that box.
Horny cat, folks. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not, until the key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep apparitions on his finger when it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring with me today.
Cool. What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikitoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment I was extracted from the victim's body.
Old day, Pog? Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historical evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Therefore, suck it. Very well, you may submit it. Cool, we have it. Do we have to examine it?
Let me look real quick.
It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewelry. Oh yeah, fuck it.
We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Okay.
You actually don't have to examine it.
Really?
Yep. It's weird.
The game's told me.
I know the game told you. I mean, if you want, you can look at it and just get some free dialogue.
I'm just gonna look at what it looks like.
To be safe.
Cool. Assumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a person.
I will tell you this, you don't present on the same statement you pressed to get the ring.
I figured
I love how she looks up as if she's trying to think. Small attention to detail. It's very nice.
Hmm? What?
Yeah, you better save.
Uh-oh. That's a bad sign.
That's a bad sign!
I'm gonna go with my heart anyways, though.
Objection!
Knew it. Hee hee ha ha. Something something.
We're getting tired, give me that soda, whichever one, it was mine. You drank both, didn't you?
I took a sip from that one.
Damn it! That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You probably need it more than I do. I'm not feeling tired, but I'm feeling I might start getting tired. Actually, no, that's a lie. I do feel tired, but not enough for it to like, make me go.
If you start getting to that point, I'll go get you one.
Yeah, you know what would make me start doing that? If I had more sugar. And speaking of which, actually, no, I'm kidding. I actually do.
Do I have to present the ring, or is it something else?
Trust me, you do have to present the ring. The game's not being that bullshit.
Cool.
You want one? These are the fudge ones.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute.
Objection!
I was wondering when you'd pick up on that.
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach.
That's what people find impressive when you can swallow a sword.
But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikitoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At the moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel for Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. That would be fucking ludicrous. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson?
That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Haven't heard that in a while.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. Not to mention he was fucking stabbing.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of his passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No!
Yes.
You always ruined my nose with that.
I'm sorry, it's my catchphrase.
Once we're done with the series, you're not doing it anymore.
You're right, I'm not the protagonist. There you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my dad up with the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. I don't remember who voiced Wilson.
I don't even know if he had a voice.
That's a fair point. I thought we voiced him like episode 1 or something.
He probably only said 3 lines anyway. Could you just take it so I can eat this?
Look at this! Look at this!
Old man, old man.
Look at this! Now that's a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and the...
Already got the hee-haws loaded.
esophagus.
Esophagus, yep.
Torn muscle membranes at the very... What? Oh, mucous membranes at
Okay.
the very least. I saw those muscles.
And you dodged a bullet there.
Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. My cock is bigger than yours. I'm terribly sorry for doubting. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injury would be seen. Really? No. Let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item. Oh. Go ahead, write it down. What the hell? No, you didn't explain away shit.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. This argument is nothing more than speculative. He was right there.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but
Damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrating practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
The tax money can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the store without permission will not go unpunished. Making a lot of threats today, huh, buddy?
We open up the dead to find the truth.
Oh, I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside.
Based?
That's wrong.
Based.
Cope, Your Honor.
Cope, you. Dr. Gory is looking at them. She's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. You walk down the path of based. Once. Oh man. Can we get? Oh. Yeah, Zach, can you drink the air real?
Yes, the ring.
I didn't know there was anything left in it. I was gonna say, can you drink the air?
What I was actually gonna do is I was actually gonna smack it and see if it breaks. So I guess this was profitable.
Damn.
I mean, I have another one.
True.
This is the last stream.
It's not like we're gonna have Van Zeke's again. Maybe it's from like an escapade.
Yeah. He's in the escapade. You think there's 8 escapades and he's not in a fucking one of them?
He's gonna be in one of them.
I actually told you one of them.
I remember one was Kazuma.
Yeah, the first one's with Kazuma.
Okay.
They all take place during the first game, so they're all spoiler free.
Really?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, so we could have just played them before playing this game.
Yeah, but you didn't want to do that. You wanted to save it.
Oh.
I mean, fair enough. I saved them until the end.
I didn't know they were all just the first game. I thought some of them were the second game.
Sorry, you'll never see Beige Kazuma.
Okay then.
I just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life?
It was literally... Hubba.
We know what he's talking about. Yeah, it's literally the same flashback too. Just... It was really cool.
It was really cool. Oh cool, we're back here now.
It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Ah! Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. Now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
That objection does not match his mood.
I know, right? You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Objection! Kazuma. Open your eyes. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. It
Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Wow, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you're apparently blinded to the blatant contradiction that you would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy.
He's, in other words, hypothetically.
That's exactly. I know. Trust me, I know. Why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeke? But we have something that proves that.
Yes, that is indeed correct.
No, we have something.
Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then...
They pog my. That's very strange. And yeah, that is very strange too. If Mr. Sogi did nothing to oppose the charge against him, then that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence. At hearing can only mean one thing. There is no fabrication of evidence. There is no Easter Bunny. There is no...
And there is no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! We have evidence that proves it, though. But if the autopsy was all above, there'll be nothing so strong about bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma! What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. For one giant hole.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence due to the fact that there's no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death?
There's so many conflicting parties happening right now.
If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have been protesting.
Oh, that's cool.
Objection!
Oh? Those results were an invention, almost. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting the two people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated?
Yep.
If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
That's what we said.
Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we could only show there's a reason for his father's silence in this trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been a part of the negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence! I have this.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Oh, come on!
Yo, how did you get your health back? Well, I guess you got lucky there. What did you even say?
Because the Asogi papers. I thought it was finally time for them.
No. This one, we're kind of gonna backtrack.
How far back?
Well, the Sogi Papers is from that era
Okay.
of investigation.
Modern.
Basically, they came from the same source. That, the Asogi Papers, and what you're actually supposed to do, they came from the same source.
Oh. So, we got the Asogi Papers.
From the funny Aboot guy, right?
Yeah, from Hello
Canadian.
Neighbor.
He gave you something else?
Hello Neighbor gave me the autopsy report.
No.
No, he didn't.
I don't know why I immediately answered with no, I shouldn't have.
What did Hello Neighbor give us? What did Hello Neighbor give us? What the fuck did Hello Neighbor give us? Policeman figure? No, we found that.
You kind of went over it already.
What?
Like, went right under your nose. And you were smelling it, too.
What did Hello Neighbor give us?
Went right by it.
Okay, Hello Neighbor. Come on. Soggy papers, Gregson's trunk. What the fuck did he give us? Come on.
We should have left this fucking horse street.
Did he give us?
Come on.
I don't remember. It was last week.
You were so close to it! Twice! Physically!
On the list? I've been everywhere on this fucking list.
I don't want to have to spell it out for you. I really don't.
Okay, not these Sogi papers. Not the Asogi papers. Fucking wish it was. Not the autopsy. Come on.
You're so good. I can hear you breaking.
Dismissal note? Oh, I had to remember the guy. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in this conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death.
Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. Fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of Chief Warda, who was working in the
See his
prison.
head nodding?
It's very fucking subtle.
Yeah! But it's cool that they put that. He could have just been still.
The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. You look very happy about that.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, and with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet.
I would go further than that, in fact.
I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Sogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Hearing the word conspiracy come out of his mouth. Of course, because it's all intimately linked.
Prosecution wishes to summon this new witness to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Are we gonna get Hello Neighbor in here?
Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I want to allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years? Oh, it wouldn't be in trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear to be a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely sorrow. He wired both Barkley and the local prison earlier. Holy shit! Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Shells, did that?
Look at Suzu's face. She's like, hell yeah.
Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom in the very moment, behind those doors. Get him in!
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
No cap, when I heard him say that at the beginning of the trial, I just literally like, man, he's gonna eat those words in a minute.
Dude, you know how much restraint it took me from saying, "Oh, you're gonna love that line."
Very well. Bring in the witnesses.
Could you imagine being Strongheart right now, literally watching yourself dig your own grave out of your own body?
Yep. And he's literally just doing it because, like, he doesn't want to backpedal on his word.
It's not that he doesn't want to backpedal on his word; it's that he can't.
True.
Literally, if you were to suddenly be like, "We're done here, we're done here," like the entire freaking everyone from the British government basically would be like, "So you're telling us that it's so correct that you don't want to admit it?" And he would be dead.
True. He wouldn't keep that job.
He wouldn't have anything. They would probably kill him.
Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay business to rest once and for all.
Now Cosmo's basting him. You see what I mean? All he had to do was basically slap him in the face and be like, "Dude, get your head on straight."
I like how Van Zeeks is constantly up there.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Hey, hello, neighbor, governor of the Barclay prison.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits, Patrick. Your other persona, if you don't mind.
He said persona. Your other persona.
I remember when I used to do that all the time when I used to turn shows. I do beg your pardon, of course.
Depressing.
My name is Dolly Vigil.
Daily,
Badali, Bailey, Dada.
Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dolly a Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at the Barclay prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Whoosh, the professor! We've been through all that afore a decade ago. In the conclusion, who would have thought the Hello Neighbor isn't really a bad guy?
Yeah.
The conclusion that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
You know, the neighbor not being a bad guy sounds like a game theory video.
He's just a victim.
I can convict escape from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call a nothing untoward.
Oh, well,
Our convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. He's more like an anti-hero, I guess, whatever. You get my point. He's not a bad guy, which is ironic. He may be a bad guy, but he's not a bad guy.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe how relevant that line still is. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gets hold on there, laddie. All he did was...
Witness Governor Caden. Hello, neighbor.
Nice, sir.
Dude, this guy's a silly guy. All he's got is a funny accent, and his name's Hello, neighbor. That's the only difference.
Hello, neighbor.
My name is Hello, neighbor.
Ah, yes. I want to name this child Hello.
He'll be a great addition to the neighbor bloodline.
Like a good neighbor, Hello is there.
You have a critical role to critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witnesses again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
You know what? I just realized Van thinks he's never threatened freaking witnesses.
Well, he kinda has, but he was more honest about it than Cosmo.
True.
Like, Cosmo used it strictly to intimidate him, but Lord Van Zeeks is just like, you will be punished, you know.
True. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago.
You did get it right, but I had to at least get one.
Clearly, you're both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court and now explain exactly what took place. Please testify. Very well. Do the same. To the court and everything you know to the plot to break.
No, this one's a little sad, because you gotta press.
No! Hate that.
On the bright side, technically you only have to press 2 more times and then the game is won.
Great! Let's do it. Wait, hold on. I'm glad I have another testimony. Or do I press twice here? I need to press the next one.
Luckily, this one's not as long.
Oh, Allegro, let's go.
Why the hell is this Allegro if there's one more?
Listen, I'll take it.
Listen, I'll take it. You're gonna press on statement 5. And then, something fun happens. Yeah, you can figure out the rest from there. It was today that the Japanese joke was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to be chief water vigilier and put the plan in the action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Thogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't attend if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All we did is carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Okay, that's 5. Statement 5, right?
Yeah.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
Can't say, buddy, right?
I didn't attend that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't anything about the professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you.
Judge Line?
But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspected there would be clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sogi and the office. Jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I failed to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Of course. Don't! What the hell did I tell you earlier? Do you intend to start your right to cross-examination? Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Let's go. We're not even fighting each other anymore.
It's like an Edgeworth and Phoenix thing.
Sure.
They're fighting, but not because they think each other's wrong, but to make sure none of each other go wrong.
True.
Hold it!
Did you carry out
It's
the...
like, is your mind sharp? That's what those glares mean. Is your mind sharp?
True. Did you carry out that plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time. Hey, as you know, Genshin Impact was shot dead at Locate Cemetery after the escape. Oh man, he's so much funnier when we call him Genshin Impact. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to get in the Joe Code out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
What does this all mean?
What does it mean?
That's a reference.
That's a Persona reference.
What does it mean?
He's even doing the thing!
Excuse me.
Kills me.
I just love his little...
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? More press trauma? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
What?
He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden... What Hello Neighbor just said was saying... seemed to upset
Governor
you.
Neighbor.
Governor Neighbor. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh my goodness. What if Hello Neighbor and State Farm had a crossover? Like an advertisement
Like
thing.
a good neighbor... State Farm is there.
I don't know what the frick they would do, but it would be funny. It's got a pun waiting in there.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories for them from that time from my mind.
Your one character gimmick? Again?
Again? I prefer Overlord.
It's too forced.
He's mid, but I like the poses he makes.
Oh yeah, his poses are cool.
I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that shooting of Mr. Sogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. Yeah, you're right, it's just fucking Trevor. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? Just kill him anyway, Lamau. The treachery of his worst kind. The point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would he be in need of for all the, come on, chickenaries? Chickenaries of an escape. Ah!
Yes, that's quite true.
It was Trevor that shot him, right? I'm not good.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barking behind the high prison walls. And I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Yeah, Zai, go on then.
You look like a ray of sunshine.
Sunshine. This one's kind of easy. You don't even have to press this one.
It seemed to me the Japanese folks didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Objection!
Finally.
Yeah, it was kind of easy.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Sogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
which means that Mr. Sogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon!
Neighbors! The fellow couldn't possibly have anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah,
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
you squealed? Did you, you wee rat? Didn't I tell you to keep that a secret?
He probably even remember you telling him that. You can't touch me now!
Ah.
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of this will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Sogi pleaded with the warder. We've seen this. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, the prison warder searched through his belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. That sound effect. As I understand, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, or hello neighbor, I believe you ordered Governor Neighbor. I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Oh, come on. Can't even move my head anymore.
Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
James, what the blazes are you blithering about? Abu, if the will was found right in rubber, well, so where is it would be?
But how can it be? We're in this cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh? You purely wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now. I have the power.
Showed it to you before, did I know you young lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet the will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison after all these years is actually a fake?
Why would he need a will if he's not going to die? As has clearly been demonstrated earlier. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the British legal system.
Entire British legal system.
This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we only have former Chief Warder's word. That man could easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened. These so-called Asogi papers.
My turn. A waste of time.
My turn?
If the will was fake, where's the real document? Objection! Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison's hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. You get the idea. What did you say? Let's go. Let's go! It would seem a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. A few?
Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Why do you call him that?
Probably because it's just court mannerism. And also he doesn't want to die.
As the warder responsibility for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with what? Was that while in his cell?
Last testimony ever, by the way.
Really? From this guy? Holy shit.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think my last testimony was a hell of a neighbor around here.
Hello, neighbor.
We turned the cells inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
You fucking thought, mate. I only found out about the Sogi papers when the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you no satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? You wee waffinger.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't hold anything over me anymore. Fight the power. Other than the hold you like to have on my crabbit, of course. Is that what you're gonna do with it, huh? Huh? Take a hold of me, eh, tough guy?
He's fucking shaking himself. I love that.
Are you gonna give me a good shake again?
I got it.
Or are you too scared?
I love it.
This is
I
funny.
love it. Oh! This is Hello Neighbor's origin story. Think about it. The burly neighbor versus the thin, tall dude.
They kind of do. This is a Hello Neighbor scenario over here.
Hello Neighbor in a nutshell. I need this as a gift.
Victorian Hello Neighbor. That was a mistake.
The longer I look at it, it's fucking. It's Victorian Hello Neighbor. I love Hello Neighbor so much.
This joke has made these two characters better.
I love them. They're so funny now.
Go to show these places make it better.
Hello Neighbor. How do you come up with this shit? I'm sorry.
Little Lodge, what a double act. We compiled with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. I tried to drink while laughing, that was a mistake. All of his personal effects were delivered into his family home in Japan.
Oh, I can't get over it. I'm sorry. I can't get over it. If the second I go back to focus, I just go back to Victorian Hello Neighbor. I lose it all over again. And I just keep cutting it out.
As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country's ever seen.
As we were much obliged, I can't get over it. That all my father's belongings arrived safe. I can't voice act. You killed me. Can I deny the handwriting that is above your old man?
This is the last testimony.
The last testimony is one of the best ones. Yes, there's no mistaking that is my father's brushwork.
Really? In this last will and testament, was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing his end was not.
So,
Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Your final one.
Okay, I'm so fucking thrown off, man.
Yes, my lord.
I swear if they shake each other again, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna just look at them.
What do I press?
Oh yeah, that's right. I completely forgot about that. Cause no, you're looking for it. Don't you fucking dare. I saw you advancing really fast. You gotta press the last statement.
Hold it! Hold it! In Mr. Sogi's Camino?
When he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration. I understand. Incarceration.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during a few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that Camino, kimono, his swords. His swords?
Sword. Singular. Kuruma, the famous sword of the Isogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. For it being the soul of the clan, could it have been made a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Rinosuke.
Respectful science?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
That's
fucking weird.
Who thought Will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, Zeke?
Dr. Mikitoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
This is your inkstone, black shimmy ink, and that Hanashi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it.
I was present when he wrote it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to say, the black letters just look like a squirming mass of black jet earthworms to me.
What does it mean?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling fine, Mr. Vigil? You gotta bring out something. He's gonna shake him again.
He has head trauma.
Yeah. Wait.
In Hello Neighbor, he always knocks you out and puts you right back in your bed. Literally just fucking Hello Neighbor. Victorian Hello Neighbor.
Mr. Vigil? Sir! It was Scarlet, sir!
What?
The fuck are you talking? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Ugh. Less swaying, more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord! The defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. I'm surprised you gave me that. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Scarlet ink? That's blood, homie. Oh, wait a fucking... Oh.
Objection.
Oh. I thought I got that. Okay.
Bro, I don't even know what you're going for.
I thought he cut himself and wrote in blood. Scarlet?
This was a small detail. You might have to reread some stuff. No, trust me, it's that one.
can see a few possible things.
Objection!
Okay, not that one. Okay, I have like a few more.
Would you try using?
First thing I tried. Dismiss one. Should I try these in the papers themselves? There's a red spot on it.
Oh, you wanted to use that bit.
What?
That's a visual detail. That's not meant to be. It would say it in the notes.
Dope.
It's not scarlet anyway. It's more like a light red. It's
Are we tying back to the redhead somebody? Wait a minute. Really?
Objection!
No, okay. I'm trying to look for anything red related to Asogi. That seems to be their color.
I almost gave you the answer. I can't
Yup.
believe you haven't gotten it.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you almost reread shit? Got it?
Well, obviously, whatever it is I did or didn't tell you, I'm not gonna reiterate for you.
You almost forget this is about Gregson.
Well, it's not about Gregson anymore because you solved that mystery.
True. Wait a minute. Are all autopsy reports penned in red?
No, that's a stamp.
Oh.
If you want details about the autopsy reports, you should read them. Not just look at the picture.
Objection!
Wow. Scarlet-colored writings is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Neighbors again? You have no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
For like the third time today, yeah.
I bet he's having a ton of fun.
Everyone's having fun in here. Yes, there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it.
I feel like it would be easier to say everyone's not having fun here, except Reno's.
Not true. This guy has like the least freaking like consequences on right now. Least amount of shit on stake.
Yeah, you remember how at the way beginning I said this dude takes down governments?
That's kind of what he does.
Look, the first game, small scale government takedown.
That kind of that was like,
This one's fucking large scale government takedown.
true. The first game was a warm up. Because that what I witnessed there was a warm up.
Yeah, small scale.
True. Like, he's pursuing the truth right now, but man, like, out of everyone, aside from, like, I guess Kazuma, he has the least at stake here. Fucking Van Zeke's brother over there. Kazuma's dad. Fucking Strongheart's whole life. Suzuto's dad.
Legacy? Yeah.
You see, it's like scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. I guess he has Kazuma. It's kind of
Kazuma's sanity. Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British art. Aristocracy, I freely admit. Let's go.
Have you noticed every time you have a problem with a certain specific word really badly, by the end of the game you got it really good?
Yep.
Like in Child's Trip, I'm like, Gavin, what was the name of that mob boss? And you-
Cadaverini.
Cadaverini. Yeah, and you just get it right there. And now it's Aristocracy.
What's the next game board, I wonder? But I would hazard a guess that they don't go all around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeke was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What?
I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in the cell was
The same document that Lord Clint Van Zeke was writing moments before his death?
then it was?
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that. Yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Sogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Flashback. It's not his word.
Last will and testament. Ah,
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Sogi said.
you really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeke's!
No! What?
Just shook both of their wills. 2 in 1.
Objection!
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That's what it would mean, yes.
No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question! Lord Van Zeke's? Clint was pursuing the professor and consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
And that Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could that will have possibly contained?
Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever.
I haven't checked the stream in a while. Okay, let's go going.
Imagine if we had been not live for like 4 hours.
That would fucking suck.
That would suck. Especially because we would miss Victoria. Oh, I wish somebody could have clipped that so badly. There was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that during jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained the information of utmost secrecy.
Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. You said that like 4 times already. Considering this notion of phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say, Counsel?
The last one testament that Count Shinisogi had in his possession was that Lord Clint Van Zeke's. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of that document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Here we go. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head.
but it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your clients in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mitsuda.
So, hold your head high and keep soldiering on. I love you, Suzuka.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeke left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke.
Man, everyone, fucking everyone is just like, so, I'd like their life freaking life. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back.
Try not to get this one wrong. You might want to say it.
Obviously, it must have been an accusation.
An accusation?
Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document.
Objection!
Objection! No! In that case, the will would have given Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all. Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection!
Objection again! No! If that were the case, then two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Uh-oh. Okay, not... Okay.
For one, strong heart is right.
Okay, if it's not an accusation, it's a confession.
They should give you an all-out penalty in this game, especially for something like this.
True. You don't get a trial and tribulation thing for it.
I guess trials will always have that above everything else.
How about we go for the all-out penalty, right?
I would have loved to voice Godot, man. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeke actually penned that day was a confession.
A confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean...
Genshin Asogi is not the Professor. Lord Van Zeke, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The truth is, the killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as a Professor, a man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy,
There you go.
wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No, you can't be suggesting.
It was in fact a man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeke himself. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd be scared too. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box! The Grey Van Zeke family, they've been thorough. Oh no. Actually, mass murder as a perpetrator. Oh my goodness. My brother!
This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeke.
Yeah, man. I wonder, though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
He just didn't want to. Lord Barak von Zeke is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? We must simply trust that. Order in the court. Lord Van Zeke. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest and grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
The one from the end of episode 2. Jewel-studded collar.
Might have been episode 4 of the first game.
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
There it is.
It was topped with a small crown and an ornate capital letter B.
What?
An emblem bearing the initial B? My, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
Finally, that's coming into play. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then the collar you described is Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeke's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course.
But it could equally have been from human prey.
Holy fuck. Yeah, he's gonna be down in more than just a few glasses. Poor things. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself, and threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society.
My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he had bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then, we may have the truth. Oh.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zeke was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He claimed to be the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish on oneself.
Clint?
19th century was a truly... Is this, stronger?
Wait, hang on. You're gonna hit A and then hit history, and I'm sure it'll tell you. Hang on. No, you have to hit A first. So this goes into history. No, it's Van Zeke's. Okay.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But the dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast in society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeke's made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed.
That was probably strong heart, but I think Van Zeke's reading was cool. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. There must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
It's a really cool shot. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound at the estate. You need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So the large family estate has a fierce god dog. You should know that's a commonplace here in Britain. Come on, man. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeke's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course, Lord Clint Van Zeke's perished.
I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-san father did.
He married the late Lord Van Zeke's and meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killing by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And? What about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Truth bombs everywhere. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it. That you were behind it all.
It was you then. You pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. That was you who ran the fabricated evidence? I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he posed me at first. Gregson moment.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that!
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zeke's. The house staff have made statements that what they saw was the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was a Japanese fella.
But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're sure of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Poor Gregson.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy.
And in the light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges.
But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew, the man my father despised such underhand demons.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. You're a real shame. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason why I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Cousin.
He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive is simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Merrill Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak von Zeke? That's the spirit of your late brother, the Paragon of justice, who returned to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What brazen?
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the fingers of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you are exiled Exalted as a demigod, the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Seiss. Dr. Seiss. That's the first line of real notes he's had in like 5-10 minutes. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. Via fear and ruled it with an iron fist. That is everything. Now what? My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Fuck off. Ooh, what's this music? There is one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further.
I can enjoy this so much better because, like, I'm listening with headphones. I either listen to this music through a blasted TV or through a setup that I didn't keep too loud. Because I played half of this game while watching dogs at my parents' house, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a little like, I was alone, so I was actually a little freaked out. If I heard a sound outside the door, I was actually freaked out. So I actually kept this game low while playing it. So I'm like actually enjoying this for the first time.
Now I'd like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zeke. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, but I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all? That you never suspected your older brother?
Of course he did. He just didn't want to. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally at the time, the professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you a suspect?
Yes.
I should screenshot that.
It was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable my brother would have killed his friend and mentor.
That will do. Cutting him off, eh? Neither Clint Van Zeke nor Genshin Isogi will walk the such. However much we debate this now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. I don't know about that one. Later today, I present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. The court is adjourned. Objection! Let's go.
Did you catch it?
What? Everyone's poses?
I'll let the dialogue play out.
Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I would have made this 11th-hour discovery.
I don't think we have sound.
Give it that sound anyways.
There we go. What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the country has been reminded today, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
And that simple question revealed something huge. Why would he kill the Lord?
I'll begin with Lord Van Zeke's and his recollection about his brother.
Why would his brother kill the Lord Chief Justice at the time? It wouldn't make sense for his motive. But death is drawn her.
I never caught this myself. I think I had to look this one up. But now that I'm seeing it playing out again, it is such a blatant
Red
detail.
flag.
Huge red flag. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can't draw no further useful conclusions here. So what on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Sound is unidentified who.
I was gonna recommend you save for this.
It was Lord Van Zeek, I'm sure of it. Something about what he just said was a little jarring. Come on, Reno. Okay, go over it again. Find it. There it is. Third victim. Cool. Lord Van Zeek, would you care to explain?
What exactly am I supposed to make of those pitiful Nipponese eyes?
When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with some piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And even though that inconsistency arose from words out of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation.
What are you playing at?
If I fail to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development.
Make a new save.
Oh. Makes sense. Whew, I know the motive, I just don't know the evidence.
The motive?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, you've lost me.
Well, he basically said, let me review his exact.
Take that!
Ugh. Did I get it wrong? Is it not? What? Really?
Ooh, that's a long time ago.
So I'd rather just take the hit then, huh?
Did you
you figured out?
Oh boy. What? Might be the only time I've I'll try.
Take that!
Goodness gracious. Am I looking at the right spot? History. Clint wasn't the culprit. That wasn't my conclusion at the time. The third victim, Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstance, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. What? It's impossible that my brother could have. Okay, I'm trying. Okay, so my brain was trying to contradict the fact that it's not possible for. Kind of go with Van Zeke's theory that it's not. I have to go with Van Zeke's theory. I already presented the photo, didn't I? Shit.
Take that!
Yeah, I tried it again. Dear me. Dude. Come on. No. No.
You're making me at a loss, bro.
I'm at a loss around here. I don't get it. Is it even Van Zeke's or the Cosmo?
Cosmo wasn't even a choice.
Yeah, it was. Oh, wait, you're right. No, it wasn't. It's strong card. Shit.
You just thanked Cosmo.
I can trust strong card, I guess. I'll take a hit quick. Let's throw him fucking. Let's throw him a guess, I guess. There's not much evidence regarding Clint. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just doing the same old joke where I'm pretending to fall asleep. I did that the once, and you're like immediately.
It's like 4 a.m. though. That's a difference.
I know. Trust me, I can keep going.
Take the hit.
Oops. You're good to go, Suzuto.
Thank you. Oh. This here is what left behind by Mr. Sogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet, moments ago, your precise words were, the 3-page last will and testament.
What?
Could it be that originally, that there was a 3rd page? That will does seem a little weird. For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle. Governor Neighbor.
Eh? What can I do for you, sir?
Forget you guys were here. You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament?
I was there for sure. Remember the black worm-like scrolls to this day? And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were actually will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lord back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
You wouldn't want any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page on need to be sent.
Objection!
What the fuck, man?
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
It's more like a birthright at that point, isn't it? As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now.
Really?
As it happens. My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We didn't know what it says now. Even the slightest thing might give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense called for Genshin Sogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitability modeling words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then. Governor Caden. Neighbor, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all the present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
Yeah, hand it over to Cosmo or something. Who? Who? The fuck?
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, nope, that's the
Shit,
chick. That's you. I thought that was the chick.
This beautiful handwriting? Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father, won't they pog?
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Or perhaps I could quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message? Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. Haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father. We have to examine the sword. What is Kuruma?
The name of the Sogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all. Passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me.
It's a katana
I
sword.
screenshotted that. I thought it was funny.
It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. That one, though, the one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Why not?
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. At the preceding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. Check the sword column. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We can never hope to know more than we do now.
Come on. I hate how weak this is. I just want to hear the music too.
Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever.
Ugh.
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state the time again and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital C.
Objection!
Objection. What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. Then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. You sure about that? In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Of course. White, my lord. As it happens, the defense now does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit. Hang on, don't move. Never mind. Of producing evidence at the final hour that has escaped everyone else's attention.
Nonsense!
What is it, Renosuke? What do you have?
I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How can you?
Decisive? Wow, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. He's getting fucked by a villager. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable.
You might want to save.
What exactly does evidence defense claim so decisive? My armband, dear sir.
Are you serious? Really?
Take that!
You're joking. Did you actually believe that?
No. Let's get
Okay.
posted.
Okay, well, if you were
That's
just
funny,
fucking me,
though.
good job, because you're fucked with me. Get back to the point.
That was funny, though.
It was funny, and it freaked me out. What about poetic, though?
Isn't the final thing we present? Okay.
Are you really thinking about this?
Yeah?
The game basically spelled it out for you. You said it! How do you not know?
I said it?
Yeah, you said it!
Oh, the sword. Take that. Oh, it's poetic that the final thing we're presenting is the sword. What? Do I have to examine it more? What? No fucking way. I said the sword. Examining the sword quick. Mighty Kurama. Twist thy head and watch them fall. All their mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. No, hold on. If I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it should be your head.
Oh.
I once studied history and development of Katana some time ago. I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is a part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as a head in Japanese, and it's pronounced as Kishira, I believe.
Kishira. So Mr. Shogi's words really mean twist the butt of the head? The hilt? You don't think. There we go. Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
Here we go. Written in red ink. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this my last will and testament in the final moment before my inevitable will and death. This is it! This isn't it?
Now hold on, look at the signature at the end.
Clint von Zeke. And the date? 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
For 10 years, but finally concealed in Peruva, and nobody knew.
That fucking piece of evidence was on us the whole time. It's been on us for the whole game. It's been there since the beginning. The first fucking episode.
From the time you booted up the game.
We've been wearing that thing. He's been putting his hand on that hilt. You can't tell me one day Ryunosuke wanted to just randomly twist it. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. Funny.
The last will and testament, Lord Clint von Zeke.
Alright, so what you're gonna do is after you get it in your inventory, you're gonna leave this menu, come back to it, and look at it again.
Yeah, okay. Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Alright, we're gonna go look at the bow now.
No, don't do that yet. Now go back to it.
The sword?
Yeah. Now look at it again.
The three?
Yeah.
Twist thy head and watch them fall.
You can probably just skip it.
What?
Oh, shoot, there was something different. I thought he just read the same. Go ahead and read it again if you want.
Oh, I can't even look at history.
Sogi Clan Appreciator. It sounds like a meme. Average Von Zeke's enjoyer. Average Sogi Clan Appreciator.
Okay, yep. That was an accolade, cool. Man, you literally can't get that accolade till the fucking end of the game, too. Can I read this? No, okay. Take that! There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament, Lord Clint Van Zeke's.
Ah! A wonderful, astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago, literally. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's been happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery!
It's 5 a.m. You're gonna do a lot of screaming. Keep it to low. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
Oh, I just fucking yanked Kuruma?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Chrome?
The ultimate weapon, Genshin Nasogi, obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of his sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official.
It's true. My brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the content of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it. Objection. Damn it, that's my problem, dude. Can't do that, my lord. This document can explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? Why are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. You'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice.
I beg your pardon?
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Lord Clint Franzix really did pen a will that day. Hell yeah. Wow, wow, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you hoped.
I love the way he rubs it in specifically. He doesn't even have to fucking do anything. He's just like, well, you heard it yourself, man.
Mm-hmm.
No, don't do that.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! I'll go louder.
You could have went longer, though.
True. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit in my writing desk, in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I might depart from this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Franzix, Lord of the Manor of the Franzix estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption and rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity. Demon, who habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such a vile. Oh my goodness. Avarice. Only a fellow demon can rise society. Rid society of this menace. Spider-Man. The Basque. Demon was my query, upon whom I willingly sent my grand hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became a subject to his extortion. He held over me with the threat of exposing my wicked crimes to my beloved wife and brother. Are you fucking kidding me? We're doing Master Mask again. Remember when the dude held it over, like, his head? Well, essentially, like, oh yeah, so basically, if you don't do our bidding, by the way, we're gonna rat you out to your life.
Oh.
Yeah. Extortion. plus the other dude, in this case, also.
This is a combination of a lot of things.
Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now. Killing those he demanded I kill. And I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes as the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mel Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh, nice smile, buddy. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zeke was a murderer. Somebody was directing him and handing his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mel Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court just heard could destroy justice in this country. Or you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog. Lord Clint Van Zeeks, I'm okay, to take him down. I had to mentally connect that he was using a pseudonym, that Zeeks was a dog. So I'm like, Lord Clint Van Zeeks is a dog? What? Like, I had a stroke.
The dog.
Audience, I have been here for more than 12 hours. I'm very tired.
This is like beyond justice for all.
We should have kept this for others.
And now that
Never listen to me again. Oh, we can finish it. No, we
this
can't.
was the length of another stream.
This, yeah. And this was only the length of episode 5. Oh, just keep going.
It had to
Thrown
be done.
in the deep end.
You know, if once we're in the deep end, there's no going back.
Even assuming I were to stand up right now and walk home, by the time I would even get home, it would almost be 6. I would get 3 hours of sleep. I'm so fucked.
Like Strongheart?
I guess.
London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at its roots. The Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man?
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. I've explained it countless times already. It was all done to furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we had agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
Wasn't it Trevor? No.
Trevor witnessed it.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Loge Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku! There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his respiration. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood for trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. Oh, when I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Sashiro, you fool! As you know, Sogi escaped the prison in a closed casket. It was subsequently interred. We tended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! Yeah, no, that was Trevor. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night? Blast! If people find that the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire! Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot a Sogi at once! He can't live now. This has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth goes out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! It's pretty fucked. Jigoku shot a Sogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close that the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put a Sogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene of his well, I made her to swear 2 things. Never remove the professor's mask, and never speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with the Sogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Loge Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed a Sogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Clan Fan Zeke from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well.
Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the convincing that led... Of the what?
Conniving.
Conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our court can't function without a Reaper. You can't see all I've done for this country. That this has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeke's here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide! No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get us through your thick skulls?
That was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and concur others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Ooh, we're good. Ooh, he clapped his hands. Oh. Well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me! Wow, he's even ganked up there. Okay. Well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance! What are you talking about? That delightfully grave expression, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
Fraud, keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
What are you trying to say?
I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how do you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. Objection. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Have you noticed that his hair got pointier? Like a fucking unicorn. I love it.
I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital. And deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell requires at least some of us to occupy darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good senses now. Consider the situation with me. Is this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge amongst the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn the infamous murders of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. The evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trials amid secret negotiation with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak? That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector! And finally, that it was all masterminded by Lord Chief Justice himself?
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to Lola's days of last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we should have accomplished then? A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. This is all suspected for this trial. all these other matters have been discussed. We will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He's kind of like Thanos.
Yeah.
He has an idea that's sound. Like,
An execution's awesome.
basic, yeah, just very, very, very horrible execution. Like, Thanos, we need to figure out a way to keep people from killing themselves without, being inhumane about it. And what he's saying is, we need spies, basically. We need people who are double-faced. There's sound ideas that just don't work because of how you do them.
Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary?
Yeah, I'd take a drink too after that one. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased! You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Charisma plus pen. Blood Stronghold really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he manages to evade justice. I don't know what we could do. Renosuke!
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me.
You might want to sing.
You can still hear them.
It's kind of terrifying, isn't it?
I've tried using evidence.
You think I'm helping you?
I know.
This is the last part of the game.
Raise an objection, we're doing it. Yes, when all the games are over, it's the obvious choice. If he's fighting with words, I'll fight with words too. Let my voice what?
Whether or not your answer's correct, do you realize what you sound like?
What?
The guy you're trying to finish right now, he just said fight fire with fire. You literally just said, if he's gonna use words, we're gonna use words.
Yeah.
You're doing the same shit he's doing.
We gotta make them listen. Except we're bringing them to reason.
You sound exactly like him.
Doesn't help that it
Metaphorically.
evidence it is. We've tried presenting such evidence over and over and over.
Again, I never said you were right or wrong. It's just the way you worded it.
Yes. Okay then. That is the right choice.
Because you silenced the crowd.
Yeah. That was a good death slam. The idea I had was just get them back on our side. Simple as that. With the evidence.
I understood why you clicked it, but then you opened your mouth. Like, raise an objection. Oh, it's a very Renosuke thing to do. Object first, prove it later. But you're just like, we need to fight fire with fire. Even though he literally just like, we need to fight fire with fire. Like,
Yeah.
you understand my concern, at least. I hope.
Yes, I only know the well only too well. The only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Nahono, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
That's what I'm wondering. I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but there was any time for this particular.
I'm on. You figured it out, didn't you? You figured it out, didn't you? Please tell me you figured it out.
Take that!
Come on. Why are you looking at me with those disappointed eyes?
I am your judicial assistant, Mr. Nahono. I shall stand by you until the bitter end. No matter what misguided choices you may have.
It's not the bad.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you figured it out. didn't say anything yet.
I wanted that so bad.
Ah, yes. Lord Strongheart, look at my bracelet.
It was a fucking...
You're right. I've been a villain.
It would be such a good inspirational speech. It would be such a good speech.
It would. But it wouldn't work lore-wise. Mr. Naruhodo, think about the deep reaches of your mind. Advice that you were given. You know it's there. You just really gotta... tug at it.
Take that!
Older than Pog! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly the truth how it would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
And
Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
alright, here goes. Heave!
Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice?
Mr. Sholmes!
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes!
I was expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
Hologram. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, Caesar, put that man in iron. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? Well, we can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him.
What a fucking gamer!
Afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. No, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public phones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted into an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Right. Sounds are transmitted. So, could not images keep them company, I mused? This is why Sholmes is fucking broken, by the way. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? Olden Day Pog, what a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after a shocking rival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he would have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I'm not here. Which would lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Zeke? I have never heard of it.
Did you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Jones? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well, no. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Holy fuck!
the music.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
What fucking power play. Yeah, we do have to use the words. Get the fucking queen. What? What?
You know how I said your conspiracy was just a little off?
The Queen of England's cool. What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto.
Order in the court. I demand silence.
Immediate silence.
You're Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is somewhat unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a certified detective, that's all.
Unforgivably distasteful trickery. Oh, what an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about her proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Holy fuck!
I did say, you know, an entire scene. This is a very,
Huh? You showed her?
indeed. By dint of the airlock showing's remote cinematograph.
You meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling to you the talk of my latest invention, no doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of these proceedings. I assume there'd be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You!
I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely... Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I have very much to talk about. Vicky, like Victoria?
You know, the Queen of England. Iris, there you are. Great!
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Read it.
Well then, is everyone sitting comfortably? Let's see. Forthwith and immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against this country and in public trial by jury in coming days.
Yeah, fuck close trials.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire.
Nice.
Justice in this country need be administered from the shadows at all.
Yeah, public. By the people. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years, they seem of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you Chief Lord Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Yeah, I figured he'd break it. Land on that guilty. Hell yeah.
If you'd like to recall the cover art, Mr. Naruto? Take a recording of that shit!
See the golden light around him? They spoiled that shit right from the get-go. I fucking love it. And you didn't see it even coming. Or, at least not until the latter half. And now his ponytail is... Your pony horn.
Lord
Hair
Clint,
thing. You get the point.
Lord Clint found Zeke left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume?
We all know! What do you mean? The need to obtain that that will was all-consuming. I was sure that I facilitated with Sogi's gateway would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Didn't cross my mind to that poem. Didn't cross anyone's mind. Oh, it's gone.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
Aw. I'm sorry, Lord Van Veeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry?
How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What?
They should totally voice act this.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It's my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Sogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to pay. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my will. Clint Von Zeeks. Clint.
Male Strongheart. You colluded with Sashiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spans the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why'd you say about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
A lot of people. A lot of good people.
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now.
But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
True.
However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
May I suggest, therefore, that we trust final education to an old friend?
Oh, the immortal being. He's immortal, baby. I love him. Gosh.
My lord,
The one and only.
the one and only judge.
The true judge.
Hashtag always has been judge. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery.
You've been here the whole time.
He's here the whole time. I love him. I love Judge. And I must say, I shall never forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
I can imagine him skating from the fucking gallery. Beast! 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 Fuck that guy! Oh man, that was awesome.
I kind of did shout from the gallery a little. The darkness that blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled.
The real hero of the story.
The real hero of the story. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Two of them. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. One last time?
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
Oh, Judge. You're too kind, my lord.
No need to thank me. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations that of British justice so warped and twisted over its long history is finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstance of my brother's death. Now, hold up. Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Let's go in the scrapbook. I think I got him blinking, that's why I take it twice.
Oh, poor bad Zeke's.
Am I dreaming? When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met, the family I've made. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place and inspired me countless times in my darkest hours. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Suzuto, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeke, who had never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Miss Naruhodo. What a relief.
That's awesome. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now. Actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair.
And for that reason, there are those who feel we need to hide the truth. We do it instinctively, even.
But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether.
I wonder if Joe's coming back.
He's sleeping.
Probably. He said he would be back. Is he gonna be back near the end of the case? Oh well.
That's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never avert our eyes to what is true and just. So, that we can continue to walk straight and narrow.
must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows. The haunting undertones corrupting British justice system have been silenced.
Let's go. Thank you very much.
Baseman bows to you, Renosuke. So, until our paths cross again somewhere.
Man, things are like, what the fuck? Well then, look, in science that we'll never see again aside, it would appear that long trial has finally come to an end. Holy shit.
What? Holy fuck.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
Yeah, he must have been on the edge of his seat in there.
You know what's funny about me being able to break the fourth wall? There's still one thing we have left to do, my good fellow. One mystery still yet unsolved.
Really?
Yeah. Anyway, I won't tell you what it is, Lamau. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long. Prosecutor Barak von Zeke.
Too bad we won't see it.
They lived happily ever after. That's what it's going to be. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Barak von Zeke not guilty.
Strong Hot sucks. Good day. We brought down Strong Hot.
And I'm back. That's all.
Judge is back. Nothing else happened.
Court is adjourned. Those monkey bars I was tricked into, I can fucking keep them.
We took down the 2 false judges to get the real judge back.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
That's the spectrum.
The base, the cringe, and the evil. The base, the cringe, and the sigma. The base, the cringe, and the sigma.
The joke. Okay, Jigoku is the cringe, right?
Yeah.
Strong Hearth is Sigma.
Yeah.
And he's the cringe because he's kind of like the dare I steal your terminology, but the bootlicking Sigma.
Mm-hmm.
That's really all cringe is.
Yep.
I suck up Sigma.
And fucking this guy's just.
He's I'm fucking base, bro.
You're the judge.
You can fucking fight me.
I knew your heart would just melt. Why don't we leave this to an old friend? Oh man, I was so happy when he.
That might be my favorite judge moment ever. That's awesome.
There wasn't one character who was underused in this entire thing.
That's true.
Not one main character.
Even Judge got a pog.
Judge was the bog.
It really is all over.
There's not even like bailiffs back there.
But did I sacrifice too much?
At what cost?
Nah.
Mr. Naruto? I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you.
This is new.
Very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Monsieur the Chow.
Hold and take, Pog. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruto. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear. You look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. But think about it this way when you expose the freaking fake science man and Dr. Brown. It's kind of the same situation except emotional trauma.
Instead of life's work, emotional trauma. And that really is the harder thing to... Oh well. In that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem so much better.
He's chugging fucking wine over there.
Dude's gonna get wasted.
So how about that weather? Monsieur the Chow, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. He just keeps glaring at me. He hasn't spoken.
I don't know if he's breathing. Is that even him?
Is that even in?
Is that a wax?
Is it a husk? Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh no. Yes? Scared, yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence that you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in court today. I feel that I've robbed you of something you've held so dear. You got rid of a delusion and gave him some kind of truth. And you provided
Some kind of truth. You gave him the truth.
True, but in this truth, at least there's some kind of closure to it. Some truths don't even give him that.
What was it he said? To fight for those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy that darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you were here.
Kazuma. Can you play your classic theme? One more time?
Forget he's the Batman. He's silent.
Mr. Tachou, I don't think he even realized it. I think
Husk.
that's a husk right there. I don't know if he's breathing. There's another face like thunder here.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman, Inosuke. Oh my! And he really was here! All the day
Fucking
fog!
Batman.
Lord Van Zeke's.
What a shot.
Yeah, what a shot! Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Making sure I get in with his eyes open. That's why I take double shots.
Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper.
Okay, Anne.
I owe you an apology. No, it's I who should apologize.
Just hug it out.
Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
So I respect it.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Oh man, two base prosecutors just talking it out,
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
You know, the thing I said, the will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Huh. Oh, come on, man.
Oh, I guess just go through it.
So he's a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes.
Oh, right. The second.
Oh, yeah. No, don't sequel bait.
It's not sequel bait.
Okay.
It's getting solved in like 5 minutes.
Okay, we just read this.
What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor you?
Who? I think perhaps. I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
father?
Forget-
Molden de Pod?
Holy shit, forget yes. My new catchphrase is what?
Even you went through some development.
It was 10 years ago, you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Sashiro and I would gladly petition the government.
We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done.
I'm gonna tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there.
Huh, and a lady of the Gentry.
She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. You are her only hope.
By any chance, is a child yours, Genshin?
Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish.
My goodness!
I swore to the man I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me,
How the hell is he based to? Oh,
this is fucking shown. He's Watson.
no, Sogi.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Probably. How do you think he births a child of unsatiable based? He's got to be based himself. I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on.
What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're gonna be... to be...
You never know, though, do you? What life will bring.
Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once, with Sashiro and...
No, not with him.
Yeah, fuck it, yeah. Pardon?
This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin.
Right. I see. Very well then. Yeah, fuck that. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and the child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, the efforts to save the mother's life were in vain, and that child is Suvato. Yep. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around for the room. There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It has clearly been very well looked over after the years. Made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it, everything dropped into place. B for Baskervilles.
Baskerville?
You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeke? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. Maybe I'm wrong. Am I high? Did I get the timeline wrong here? How much?
That makes no sense.
That's what I'm wondering.
They're talking about it. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So he must have been beside her with worry for her child. So if the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Von Zeke's family as much as possible. I don't believe it.
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeke made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I remember my promise against him, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh my gosh, what the hell did I think through the test? The child already born.
Because he already went to Japan. Britain.
What the hell was I thinking? I don't get the timeline. Who's the kid?
Oh, how awful.
Is it Iris? I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had asked my That's much more obvious. Iris is related to Van Zeke?
Let them finish.
I'd asked my Greek friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. Take one look in my eye and greeted to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Love that. Really, all it can be said is I did all I could do. Was giving her a name. Oh. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So, it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikitoba? In other words,
The name of my mother? Ayame Mikitoba.
oh! That's right, Ayame, or in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea.
Ouch!
Mr. Naruto, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on my line through my trouser pocket hard.
Ah, my dear fellows. Can you hear me?
Mr. Shelms, is that you? Ouch! Yes, yes, we can hear you! Ah!
You see what excessive tugging could do? Let there be a lesson to you. Ah! Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you're simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. And it's become apparent to me that to stop Lord Chief Injustice requires such measures.
Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris! Huh? I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome! Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was so delicious! Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a tea party to celebrate! And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. You'd be delighted. If you think about it, you're like the uncle, dude.
That's his niece.
Yeah, dude. You gotta come to that tea party.
He's a fucking uncle!
I voice him. I'm an uncle. I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
That's not just any 10-year-old girl.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Yeah, that's your niece, dude.
Oh, how lovely.
You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, well, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Well, speaking of coming back home, do we stay at home or do we go? Ouch! Ah! Fuck, I accidentally fucking...
You need to calm down.
One final pitch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
Where do you think you're going, buddy?
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. That is a cool-ass shot. Mr. Naruto, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Hey, Lord Van Zeeks!
Yes?
Damn it!
Can't just let one slip.
I've let one slip before. I'm not letting it slip again. What are you telling me?
You never
to do
gonna
now?
Lord Strongheart's outline.
You only have like fucking two! The most,
Twice you missed it.
the most anti-judge I've ever seen.
And evil judge be like. Well, clearly I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, Van Zeke's family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and have been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Rinosuke, Naruto.
Yeah, we could catch up sometime, you know? Get some tape and, you know, I don't know, watch a ball game? What do we do? Let's just realize getting fun. Cousin is sorry. It seems as though he's really mature suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruto. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street.
Oh boy.
We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
Oh, we must! I know how much you love spending time with Iris.
I'm not gonna bother sleeping.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home! Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got no fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Friendless Tree who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatoba.
What the hell are you talking about?
I love this image.
Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
A sight to behold.
This is the image right here.
Would you care to hazard a guess? Would you suppose the Phoenix Runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin?
I was there. What? Believe it? Yes.
I say, Mikatoba, I detect a hint of surprise. I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Professor Mikatoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey.
Not a moment too soon.
I was there all fucking day.
The feast prepared by Iris and Suzuto waits.
I must say, I haven't seen Suzuto looking so happy in a very long time. Bruno! There you are!
Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to fill me boots! What?
And my chels. No, I'm kidding.
I wish!
I know. Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yup, I'm losing me Coppa's club and gone back to what I know best. It's a die of his life for me. You're really leaving the Great Forest? But why, Genie?
Crop and shit.
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he?
Cock. Diver turn cock.
Well, people can change, you know?
Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh? It's Inspector's pocket watch.
Aww.
Come on! And the crown has been reattached. That watch was a pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years, without fail, it measured every second of that man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Maybe you can use it for yourself. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Grixon's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else.
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Who's my boss?
Yes, Genie? Yes, he was. Aw. Good for you. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. From the grave?
I think that's why it's I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Genie. Yeah? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world! I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? With every bird eyes. Oh! Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Oh my gosh!
Oh, I think Mikito,
Yes, Jones?
I think I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
For 6 years, you and I solved a great many mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you.
Aww. You old softy, Jones. But I must confess, it's a way off my mind to hear you say it.
Well then! I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh well, if food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Harley?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Aw. That shit was wholesome shit. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from this most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's almost warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, was my greatest family.
Aww! I don't want to do fucking investigate. Why even bother?
This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo.
Shit, I thought it was just...
Oh,
I was right on one account. It was a Mikotoba.
Oh, Professor. Huh. Are you alone? I don't hear any sound from Superchild's room. Yes, Superchild went off for dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, that's right.
George Line.
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? As I or something. When the subject of her father came up, Lord Clint von Zeke. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed on with Genshin after all. Lord Clint von Zeke's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've heard some take some really drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Suzuto back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why! Really? When I read Crocker-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. I'm Crocker. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar.
Either there was a beast amongst us, or perhaps it was just a very kinky man. Either way, those damned Fairly Odd Parents.
The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decide to investigate the insignia sooner or later, then you would have made the connection to Von Zeke's. And to make matters worse, Suzuto knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskerville. Exactly. Huh. It was a work of fiction, but based on grim reality of a huge beast of a dog that used a murder weapon. A dog with Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Suzuto might arrive at the truth, and you did. So I invented the story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All the years of halting and investigation you and she might have had contemplated. Judge line? Something I've never understood. If why Suzuto-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shulm sent it to me. That was before Suzuto left Japan. I'm very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. So after the fucking, like, story with fucking Rick Harrison, he just sent it over there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn it, not again.
I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Suzuto came across it, of course. Uh-huh. It was the only case Shulm that I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered the young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my partial notes.
Paltry notes.
Paltry notes. Shulm and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shulm for safekeeping. So he did all that to stop Iris up from finding out the truth about her father. Oh, no. Shulm didn't send it to him after that. Shulm sent it to him first, and he sent it back to Shulm, then Shulm put it in the fucking...
Pawn shop.
Yep. Timelines are wild.
It's nice watching him.
That's right, because Shulm had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from the expression, I say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here to substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. Don't forget Locum student Naruhodo, Squire!
And inspire us?
Josh line.
That's cursed. That's fucking cursed. Touch line.
Looking back now.
I will never hear villagers the same again.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Suzuto-san, and Mr. Shulm all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path. No one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as.
And that's what my grandson in 150 years will be.
Yep. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution then. I have! Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for you to return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll be for departure for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Suzucho-san. Hello.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Welcome. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did, yes. I couldn't help it.
Oh, no, how much did you hear? Well, finally, that's going low.
Took a while. It was impressive.
Like, 9 hours? 9 hours, no, more like 16.
Yeah.
That was impressive, yeah.
Well, the part about Iris' real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning...
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry, I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you'd decide, Naruto-san.
You did? Suzucho-san?
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. You really gotta reel him in there. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant on the side, you know?
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I just can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So, if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Suzucho-san. Thank you. Come on, man. That was like 3 gut punches in a row.
I hope you're ready for 3 more.
Oh, fuck me, man. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go ahead and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. I get it.
Susato-san.
Man, I wish I could voice it.
You can if you want.
Nah.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Tell me Van Zeke.
Thanks.
I hope Van Zeke is here, man. That'd be sick.
To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
Nah, dude.
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Exactly.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeke's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Alright, badass. Let's go, Batman.
oh, I see.
That felt raw. Raw power. That hit different right there.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Correction!
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me.
You absolutely.
The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Hell no.
What?
You're not a burden.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
Mm-hmm.
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeke's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Speaking of Van Zeke, where's the Reaper?
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Aww.
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
We're thinking that.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
It is? Come on!
Your judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Fucking heard that. Shut up!
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then.
No Reaper?
Look after yourself, Runosuke.
No! No Barak?
No. I'm sorry.
You better be sorry. Can see me off?
It's probably long gone.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Oh my goodness.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Oh.
You could also record.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
He never would.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
I just realized why Suzuto
The ship
is not
with our friends
Maya's
from the
ancestor.
east sailed steadily
There's no
towards
way
the
these two
distant
don't get together.
horizon. What shows his face was alight with joy.
See, those trips to get together so that
The times may
Friendship
change,
feast.
but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
saw that coming.
At the end of every game.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Is it an Ace Attorney game if there isn't one at the end?
Sure. Shoot Takumi.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day.
But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. What is the promised court secrecy?
Anyway, I've decided the absence of London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe glass incurs no charge whatsoever.
I gave a little note to Harley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy," but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said he might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly. In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. I lied. Once, unable to bear the burden that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too. To the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future.
Aw. The boss left a note for me, you know? And I can read it every letter now, A to Z. The whole lot. It's clear that it's loaded stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could said how grateful I was before he, you know. Aww!
Perhaps I treated you too harshly as well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Every character in this game is awesome. Almost. Okay.
Trina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am.
You might be a diver at heart,
But it's a good heart. You reminded me that I need to be true to myself.
our national anthem!
I've got one more job to take care of before it's titled out of London town for the foreseeable. Then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection. Any
I forgot how good this fucking credits theme is.
Our
You
national
didn't die in vain.
Our national anthem played as soon as Gregson came on screen.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry to the office. I didn't get to finish that.
Objection! Objection! Overseer may overrule them as has been detained in Britain anyway.
Who is this cat
Scottish Council for Defense, and women are forbidden entering the courtroom.
Oh, really? My friend Susan shows on in the British Quorum all the time and is doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged services. Regular legal team.
Crocker becomes an attorney?
It's beautiful. See, he did have the cats. I wasn't high. He had the cats. You saw them, right?
Yes.
You guys, it is 7 o'clock in the morning. You're still here doing this shit. Blow that candle out.
Gory is... Mama, is it trying to say about the Japanese people?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses are. I'd like to go home to my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you?
Oh, I don't voice either one of these, right?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
Aww.
Apologize to your mom on my behalf and something, right?
Okay.
To be fair, I did not think this would take 10 hours. It was literally... Never mind. Here I am again in Great Britain. The invention of my did something. He sent me a very nice letter saying you'd like to show me around. Now that everything was settled. What have I done? I was so excited I picked a splendid hotel and I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barak, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish.
That guy's still there.
That's what you pick up from all this?
I love the idea that Croc...
Mr. Aldo, must I remind you? When I went to make the wax-sack impressions of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even when we stand the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction procedure, there is nothing which the spells will not do. If it means hiding the plot for another 2 episodes.
I can't believe fucking Crocker becomes an attorney. What the fuck, man?
And Hosanaga's the defendant. What the hell happened over there?
Everyone calls me gossip. I sow jaunty tidbits by passages, you know.
Hey, everyone calls me a pepino. I sell it in spaghetti. I'm a more red-headed than Hannah. Everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're gonna strike it rich together. They just have the same energy as Gatsby and the Mario Bros.
Except they're not as evil.
That's true. All three of these guys are way more likable.
But the Mario Brothers.
I do like the Mario Brothers, but Gatsby was there.
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. I'd ended up in the dock. There's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care.
What about Judge? No.
I made some tea. No, Hanasan. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A grade ace attorney, some might say.
Oh my goodness. Oh. God. What I would kill to have Van Zeke in that picture.
Continuation of the credits from the last game?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, what a fucking game.
Look at that boy.
The cuties! Look at them go! Jameson!
Screams. What picture is a fucking Spider-Man?
Really up here? Imposter Chris.
Imposter.
Hey, yo, welcome back to the party.
It didn't sink. I love that.
Fuck.
Resting troll face enjoy, you son of a bitch.
To
I
be.
thought I wouldn't see your face again.
Or not to be. Tis the question. Fucking Joe!
Hey, Peter, please get this woman off me.
Fill up first! Mr. Naruto Squire, I'm having a schizo meltdown!
Help! Help! The cat's coming with us!
A fucking balloon kid! Nah, he's crying.
You can actually watch the balloon go up this time.
Oh, Doc Brown. And then Zeke.
Oh my goodness, he crosses his leg when he bows. I forgot about that small detail.
No, fuck these guys.
Fuck these guys. Well, what about that old guy?
He was funny, okay.
But the infernal lust, my dear
Hello, neighbor!
fellow. Victorian, hello, neighbor.
The fucking friends just died, guys!
Yes, I'm very loosely based on Rohan. Kishibe.
Oh, my guy's walking with them, too. Gregson! Sunshine!
I'm gonna fix it while I dance. I can't spin in this chair, and I deeply regret that.
Fuck you. You aren't cool. Bad judge. The anti-judge. The Sigma bad judge.
Sigma bad judge.
You, I was right.
Feels good, doesn't it? This part of the song, I swear, is from something in this game. I just can't place it.
Oh my god. Fuck you.
You sons of bitches.
Yeah, you
come out with something immediately. You don't you fucking falter. We got our eyes on you. We got Twitter. This guy has Twitter. I swear.
Every fucking one.
Every fucking
Capcom, your literal days are numbered. I'm just saying.
I wish right here at the end, where it assumes, you know, their forever after is, you could just see, like, Phoenix walk on the side for, like, half a second before it fades out or something.
I wish it was like a storybook and it closed and, like, shows Phoenix's hand or something.
That would be so cool.
We did it.
I can't believe we did it.
February 13th.
You might want to screenshot that, you might want to screenshot that, you might want to screenshot that, you might want...
There, I just wanted that fucking accolade off my screen.
Fair enough. Any initial thoughts, or do you want to save them for next week?
I think next week is literally gonna be our review stream, kind of.
Next week, we actually have a lot to unpack in the next stream. In the next stream, we got all the escapades. I'm pretty sure you want to go through all the artwork, all the fun facts, the descriptions, ideas,
Basically,
music,
the whole
and
next
stuff.
stream is like special content.
All special content. Whatever extra time we have, depending on how long it will take. I actually genuinely have no idea how long we're going to take on this. But we'll also do like the overall review, rankings, and stuff like that. Heck, we can make a few tier lists of like based prosecutors or something like that. You know, like put the prosecutors in like some sort of tier list or something. I don't know. We can have fun with it. But
Yeah.
whenever we finish, I don't know, fuck it. Smash stream.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah.
We're not confirming that.
I think next week is going to be like our review / transition stream.
We're definitely not starting.
Not next week.
No, I need a break. I need to emotionally re-unpack that.
Yeah.
I just cried.
I guess we'll be starting investigations in like 2-3 weeks. Holy shit.
I almost don't even know if I know.
That's why you need those few weeks.
I need a minute. We'll never see this again. Except next week, of course.
Yeah, next week is our epilogue. Wow.
You want to look at your accolades, I guess?
I don't know.
Dude, if you want to keep going with something, I object. I'm supposed to wake up in 2 hours. Neat. Actually, hang on, I'm curious. Which ones did you miss? Go back. I know you probably missed the latter one. That one's almost impossible to get. Because you have to actually actively remember to keep going back. Obviously, the colored-in ones are the ones you got. Which ones didn't you get?
Okay, I'll get that.
Okay, yeah, that one's easy to get. Yeah, that one I know you missed. And the latter one. Oh, I forgot about that. That's kind of on me.
Is that the Mario Bros?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I think I remember how you were supposed to get that one, but I don't. I think we missed the opportunity. I think I even remember freaking out on a stream about that one.
I'm a little confused about that one, but okay.
Yeah. Alright, I guess left.
Alright, another Great Ace one.
Yeah, that was a timing one. Examine the bed. That one is literally impossible. That one is literally impossible. Jay and I both could. There was not a single bed you could examine, I swear. I don't know how we didn't get that one. I think I got that one. But you have more of the bottom ones than I do. So. Father, my strength.
I think initial impression, I think Great Ace 2 is the best Ace Attorney game.
Fair.
I don't think Great Ace 1 is as good as Trials though.
Oh, absolutely. It's probably Resolve, Trials, Justice for All, Great Ace, Ace.
Ooh, actually my ranking differs. Great Ace 2, Trials, Ace Attorney 1, Adventures, Justice.
Justice is your least favorite?
Half the cases are mid.
But that endgame, though.
The way I look at them, I don't just look at them for their endgame. I look at them for like their overall package.
I guess it makes sense because I was the only one who seemed to have liked anything in Justice. You suffered from this moment we started to the moment we left. We at least had Squilliam though.
Squilliam was funny.
TJ was there for that one.
Farewell, my turnabout was great.
TJ never freaking co-hosted on a Great Ace Attorney stream, and I will forever be angry at him for that. Dude, he could have been pain. He could have been pain. It would have been poetic.
well, I guess so next week we're gonna elaborate more on our thoughts. I guess we can do some more fun rankings that come to mind. We'll give our epilogue thoughts on Ace Attorney Chronicles and maybe the trilogy.
We'll be ranking, and most importantly, I love how that didn't work.
With base prosecutors?
You know the joke that it always plays out of nowhere? I know I executed it terribly. I thought I hit it right the first time.
Still love it though.
Bing, 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 bing.
Shit, you know, I love that fucking prosecution thing. Oh my goodness. Oh, don't read that out loud. Don't read that out loud. What the frick? Well,
What the fuck, Mark? Dude, Mark is horny. Smash or pass all 898 Pokemon. What the fuck happened while we were here?
no idea. Well, next week's our epilogue stream. Investigations will come soon. I'm not gonna confirm when though. I don't know how long it'll take for him to recover.
We have been streaming
For 10 hours.
for 15.
Oh, actually no, not even 15. The last stream ended at like, what?
I just looked. That is 10.
The other one was 15?
The other one was 5.
So we've been streaming for 15 hours. We're done.
I want to go home. I'm probably just going to go home and sleep.
What is there to sleep? It's 7.
Maybe after more insurance.
Yeah. You know, oh my, I hope you guys and gals enjoyed this stream series, genuinely. I think it's some of our best work.
Yeah, hang on one second. I need a quote. From a very long time ago. No, not this case. I need Sholmes posing. Let me know if you see Sholmes posing.
I see Ninja Shows.
No. I need Sholmes. Funny. It's in court.
What are you looking for?
This is me. Every week. 9 a.m. The complete polar opposite of my sleep schedule. A miracle.
Okay, yeah. Have a great night, everyone. Or morning. Good morning.
There is sunlight. I'm gonna be walking home in sunlight.
We streamed from sun down to sun up.
We streamed from sun still up, going down, down, and back up. My will to live has completely diminished, my dear fellow. My gimmicks are gone, and so is my livelihood. But, ending the stream, I've come up with 2.
What?
My brain has stopped functioning.
I saw a lag.
I'm gonna say this again. I've ended up with 2 undeniable conclusions.
Okay.
Firstly, I forgot them. I forgot them as I literally, like, I was like an Etch-a-Sketch. Like, there's drawing all day. And the second I said, I have 2, everything was just wiped out. Hang on, what were they? This is important. Okay, I remember one of them was... come up with two undeniable conclusions. Would you care to guess, my dear fellow, or shall I spell it out for you?
Okay, spell them out for me.
Ah, I see. Your art of deduction has failed to comply with the current state of demands.
7 in the morning.
1. I will never emotionally recover from this. 2. These gimmicks will be never seen again.
Oh, that's sad. We made a lot of gimmicks for this game.
I refuse to let it die in me. Now, would you care to human for a minute, Mr. Naruto? For I have made in this horribly low energy claim, I have made a contradiction. Would you care to spell it out for our dear audience?
The fact that you never emotionally recover.
What's the contradiction?
You'll be better after you wake up tomorrow?
Okay, that one's way too personal. The second one. The contradiction is the fact that these gimmicks are gone. We have one more week of this, my dear fellow.
Well,
that's the contradiction.
The last week for Grade Ace is next week.
Don't ever reveal my ulterior personalities on these streams ever again.
That dug deep.
It's empty. I'm kidding. For those who don't get the inside joke, if I'm like upset, I literally just wake up fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's what good sleep does to you. Get a good sleep schedule, my dear fellows. And, of course, hydrate.
True.
But I've delayed this far too long now. I must embark, my dear fellow, to another morning of debauchery.
Well, hold it! I hope you guys and gals have enjoyed tonight's stream. If you did, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and hit both notifications. Follow on Twitch. Genuinely, I hope you enjoyed this stream series. It's awesome. This was probably our best one yet, honestly. Like, Endgame Trials is up there, but this one's definitely like, man. That's good. Mr. Shelm?
I'm so tired.
Well, we should let Mr. Shelms go to rest. So, join us next week for our epilogue for Grade Ace and the trilogy and all that jazz. Literally marking the halfway point of our marathon. And, I hope your vocal cords are ready for the onslaught to come.
I will never physically recover from this. That's the other contradiction. You were right the first time. It's a good day to die, Mr. Naruto. I feel old. Don't leave them on that note, man. Are you nuts?
I thought it'd be pretty fucking funny.
It is funny. It is funny.
I don't know.
To that one viewer. That one viewer. Thank you. You're cool, man. Woman. I don't know who you are, but you've been lurking. Thank you.
You've been the best member of the jury.
You've been the best lurker we've ever had. Never ditched on us. For 10 hours, apparently. Yet I don't know, I wasn't watching the whole
Who
time.
knows?
But I did notice at some point, anytime after midnight, we only had one viewer. That's you. You're cool, man.
Thank you.
So, now that we've left them on a brighter note, I can leave.
Well, see you guys next week for the epilogue.